We are a few minutes after the witching hour for 1718, and so we will begin with the item number 1, staffing report action items. If there are any questions, or perhaps I should start and just simply have Mr. Swirsky go through it and tell us if there's anything of note in here or any changes since we received this in our packet.
There will be a couple of changes on your final packet. Just real quickly, under certified appointments, Shauna Bauer, that will be it's a special ed, I believe, LD classroom, not DAPE. And then on the very bottom, certified temporary decreases, that should have like a placeholder there, and there will be one additional name added to that on the final.
Are there any questions of the staffing report by members of the board? Member Harla?
Yes, just a question. How many retirees did we kind of round out the year with?
Well, altogether across the district, it was 67.
Thank you.
And then with teachers and that, we ended up right around 36. Yep. Oh.
Member Leffler-Kemp, you have a question?
That was actually going to be my question too. Great minds think alike, Member Harlett. But do you foresee any other by the end of this month, or?
Yes. In fact, I was just notified by Ms. Kinnear that we have received a couple more. They just kind of trickle in. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there'll probably be, between certified and non-certified, another handful that come in.
So we may have more even before next week at our board meeting?
Not that, after today, we will not be including them in here. Okay. They'll go in the following.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And finally, Member Oswald.
I just have more of a comment. I'm just a little disturbed, I guess. Not really disturbed. That's too harsh of a word, but I just don't like seeing the number of positions on here that are already over, that we have to approve. I mean, I in my head, I just sit and think, these certified long-term subs that were done on 6-9 and 5-9, what if we didn't approve that? What happens then? That kind of thing. So why aren't we able to get these positions on earlier agendas, I guess is my question.
In some cases, they have been on previous ones, but we'll have a change in date. And a lot of long-term subs will have a date to be determined because we don't know if the person's going to be back before the end of the year. So we'll come in and put an ending date. Now, some of the others just happened within the last month or so. Sometimes people will start out as a casual sub and the other person does not return, so that position turns into a long-term sub type position. So it's
okay. Well, I just get uncomfortable when I see that, because I would hate for something fluky to happen one day and then all of a sudden we don't pass staffing report or something unheard of, and then I don't know what happens, and that's just a legal nightmare, I think, and I don't like that.
Yeah, when someone's named as a long-term sub, there's a letter generated and then a position placed in here for that following month. So the only time we would miss that is if we were too late to get it in that month's agenda, or it had not turned into a long-term sub assignment at that time.
Sure, but it's more than just the long-term subcategory. I was just using that as an example.
Sure.
So, thank you.
Then continuing on, we have other HR items. Number 2, a placeholder termination of certified hourly staff. We have a resolution to that effect, which does not yet have any names attached to it and will not until the next board meeting. Could you give us a heads up on what we can expect there, Mr. Swirsky?
Yeah, and I believe we're going to come back to, I see we have the staffing report, but then we also had, this might be numbered out of line. That number A should probably be a 2 on the agenda. That's my mistake. Sorry about that. We'll go with the other HR items first and then come back to the teacher's contract. Other HR action items, Termination of our certified hourly staff, everybody that is less than a .5 position is paid at an hourly level, and at the end of the year, those positions end. So it's more of a housekeeping type issue. Those people generally, in many cases, are back the following year, depending on what area they're in. Termination of certified non-tenured certified staff. These would be positions for which we don't have places for them at this point in time. I would anticipate somewhere between 8 to 12 names on that list. In many cases, those positions do come back prior to the start of the year, but for right now, we can't commit to them in various areas. Number C is termination of certified tenure staff. This would be what we would call the layoffs. I don't anticipate any layoffs. And if there were any reductions of staff, it would be in FTE percentages, like a 0.2 or a 0.3 type thing, but I don't anticipate any full-time layoffs.
I have a question on the terminations. You indicated that on the termination of certified tenured staff, you don't anticipate any at this point. If so, there would be 0.2, 0.3, 0.4 partial FTEs. With either of these terminations, I presume that for the 8 to 12, you expect maybe for certified probationary, those staff members would then earn unemployment compensation if they were to be terminated?
Correct. On the non-tenured terminations, they would be eligible for.
And the moment we contact them and let them know that there is a position, would their unemployment end from that point on, or not until the beginning of this new school year?
No, they generally have to weekly enter their employment anticipation into a system, and at that point in time that they're notified, they would have to notify them.
And I'll just make a little historical note about that ancient era. People dread my mentioning way back when. There was a time when a great many teachers were laid off in the summer, and it became, for this school district, perhaps for others, almost a rather automatic way of giving teachers a little extra income in the summer. Many of them would be hired back, and I recall a predecessor of yours who talked about how she tightened that up so that we would be paying much less in the way of unemployment compensation. And obviously, if we're only considering certified probationary non-tenured staff and we don't expect any of the others, we've tightened that up, and it still remains tightened up, and we're not having to pay, hopefully, huge unemployment compensation premiums to somebody.
Actually, the state statutes themselves, because we're a school district, it's an automatic question for them that what are the expectations of continuing work. And the fact that, for instance, on our paraprofessionals and some of the others, they go on what's called a recall list, which is not necessarily a layoff. And so there's some possibilities for them when they apply for unemployment, what is the likelihood of it, depending on the likelihood of returning. So, yeah, the same thing for ours. That question's asked, and then it's asked of the individual, and it's also asked of the employer, the likelihood of them returning. You skip up to the, it would be the contract.
No. Well, page 4, yes, go back.
Yeah, that would be on, letter A, which should be renumbered 2.
Would you like to give us a little report, Mr. Swirsky?
Yeah, I did pass out prior to this the copies of the tentative agreement, and then also the superintendent had just briefly put some of the highlights out in the memo that he sent to the board. There's a lot of language cleanup in there, but as you see in the tentative agreements, it's basically divided into the financial aspects and then basically some of the verbiage aspects. Again, we're looking at a 1.5. These are two-year contracts. So a 1 and a 1.5 for the first year and a 2 and a 2 for the second 2 years. There was some longevity that was added after 15, 20, and 25 years, but in addition, there was a change to the steps and lanes. I included actually the tentative salary schedule in that form. And as you can see, we eliminated step 1 for all 4 years, but in the last 2 years, we are adding a step that normally would have been between 7 and 8 and 8 and 9. And those were fairly substantial jumps from 5,000 to over 9,000 in some aspects. And in essence, what we are is we're cutting those in half by adding that extra step.
It appears that Member Harla has a question or a comment. Please, go ahead.
I just want to make a comment about the process for how we went about having the contract. I think it's great that we were able to come up with a tentative settlement with the teachers prior to the year end. I just want to take time to take a step back and look at how we really have a strong labor negotiations process that we've been working on, as well as the change in how we've been budgeting. I want to highlight that knowing that you started really with QSC and many bargaining units as you went to plan that. So I don't want to let a public meeting go by without really commending the work of the administration and teacher leadership on this process, because it's been 18 months, a long time in past years, and so I'm just really proud of that. And also thanks to my colleagues that attended the negotiation sessions, and I'm glad that it came out fruitful and in a way that we're all able to agree on. So just really appreciate all the work that our staff are doing and all that it took just to even to get to the table. So thank you.
Member Johnston.
Sure, just a couple comments on this, and first of all, I'd just voice Member Harla's comments on that. I think we got this done on time, which is one of the things that I've been complaining about for years. Is that better? And I think that is important. I'm glad to see that. And I believe this is a question I'll ask. We did not have a lawyer present, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, well, I would like to thank the administration, not to have a lawyer, because again, we've talked about that in the past. I would like to thank the board here for, I think, accommodating a better school board involvement this year. And I know Member Welty sat in and everything that I heard wasn't participatory, but yet was listening and fed back stuff to other school board members, which is the first year that's happened. So thank you, Member Welty, for that. I will be voting for this next Tuesday, but I'm going to bring some concerns that we've talked about. I think it's important, first of all, that people get a pay raise. We all know that's important, except I guess school board members. But nonetheless, we'll hold that comment for another year. But everybody said, well, everybody's getting 2%. Well, that's really not the case. And when schools aren't doing well, like, for example, Northland College, that was been in the news on Wisconsin Public Radio, they actually had a 7% pay cut on that because their budget was not as good. And I would have liked to have seen a little more acknowledgement of the teachers. We do have budget deficits, and we do have budget issues here, and declining enrollment and decreasing reserve fund balance, or at least a low fund reserve balance. And I'm worried about the amount this is going to contribute to the deficit in the future, and ultimately increase student-teacher ratio. So I have to say that, of course, but nonetheless, I will be voting for it. But I think teachers deserve a pay raise, as does every staff. And but I do hope that this board uses this. We have a fairly big chunk of increases coming on our budget because of this. Not unheard of, but nonetheless, it's expected. As I say, people should get pay raises. Nonetheless, it is going to be somewhat taxing on us, I think. And I'm hoping that we look at that budget this year, which we're going to be talking about later today, I suppose, and in the future, and trying to find ways that we won't have as much deficit spending. I think this even gives us more incentive to find ways to address our budget issues.
Member Leffler-Kemp.
Yes, I just want to speak to a couple things as well. One is I am happy that we were able to bargain in good faith with our teachers. That was my number one concern that I had. Secondly, I think that because we have good relationships through our quality steering committee process, that helped us have a good process. And thirdly, I'm excited that we were able to do a two-year contract that will help us as a district do better planning as well. And so I'm really glad we were able to bargain that one, and that there was give and take. We need to recognize there was give and take, both from the district as well as with the teachers. And I will be happy to support this, and I appreciate again the many hours of hard work by our staff in helping make this happen, and also by the teachers that served on the negotiating team. So those are just my comments, and I appreciate the parameter settings that we all were a part of, and the update that we had when this was tentatively finalized last Friday. So, thank you.
And Member Kirby.
Thank you. I just want to echo Member Harla's comments that commend the superintendent and Mr. Swirsky who conducted the face-to-face negotiations, the real tough parts. Member Welty and I were both present, but we were merely observers, really, and not engaged in the tough stuff. And the teachers were very, I shouldn't say accommodating, but it was good give and take, and I will be supporting this.
I would just like to add, Mr. Hassler was also part of the negotiation teams, and he has some pretty good experience coming from his state in terms of from representative from a state and as well as an administrator. So.
Member Johnston.
Well, thank you, Temporary Chair Welty. I apologize, Mr. Hasler, I know you're an attorney and you were there too, so I do apologize. I should have mentioned that. I wasn't referring to you. I was glad you were there. I did on the handout that we just got, one thing I don't see on here, maybe you know this offhand. What is the budget impact for this year and the next 3 years? Does anybody have that? Approximate here, don't have to be down to the nearest dollar, but can we get 900,000, whatever it could be? Could you kind of give that so at least the public knows what the impact is going to be?
I don't have that for you this afternoon. That's something that Mr. Swirsky and I were talking about this morning, and that is something we'll have for you next week. The cost out.
Okay, thank you.
And finally, as one of those people that may not have been that important to the process, as Member Kirby mentioned, I would like to make some comments. I might expand upon them when we actually vote on the contract at our next meeting next week. But I have a couple of comments. I'm glad that you mentioned that the attorneys were not necessary for this. Some of you have heard me complaining about our attorney representation. I think because this was accomplished very quickly, the end of the year, there was some give and take, as Member Leffler-Kemp mentioned, and I think there was a considerable desire on both parts of members of the school board and the teachers to come up with a quick settlement, and I think that made both sides a little more willing to offer up the give and take that led to the contract that we currently have. I will say that I am concerned about the future. There is something of a gamble here. We have two-year contracts. This first contract probably will be covered by the increases from the state to public education. Generally speaking, the legislative package for public education talks about 2% for the next 2 years from the state government, and the contracts that we have negotiated for that first 2-year period is for a 1% increase for our teachers and a 1.5% increase for our teachers. That gives us a little bit of coverage. But as anyone who has been following the school board in the news knows, we have considerable financial difficulties, and the 1 and the 1.5% for the next 2 years will probably not completely. They won't cover all the tough decisions financially that we have to make. The gamble is with the second contract, which has 2% increases for both of those years. We do not know what the state legislature will do, and we don't know exactly where we will stand financially at the end of the second year of the first contract. I noted with interest a resolution that's going to be offered up by Member Johnston, which currently the administration is not supportive of, that we will be discussing in the Business Committee meeting. And I do think that a hearty discussion on the merits of that resolution regarding our long-term financing would be well considered by this board, because that gamble does exist. We may find that the 2 and 2 for the third and fourth years of our contracts with the teachers may be tough, and we need to find some wiggle room or something that will help us. We currently are taking a lot of money out of the classroom right now to pay for long-term facilities debt, and I would very much like to find some way to augment our budget. We know where we stand contract-wise for the next 4 years, but that does not mean that our problems are over with. I have no more comments. Are there anybody else who would like to comment on this? Mr. Swirsky, is there anything else in the HR report that we have not covered that you would like to?
Nope, that covers it.
Then, if there are no objections, we are adjourned and can go on to the Business Committee.
Thank you very much. Right, Mr. Hassler, we'll let folks get settled here. All right, moving in, well, we'll take a minute. Thank you. My jolly dress. Yeah, we're kind of like, we could be matching twins. Coordinating. Did you call? When you talked about when you called me earlier? Okay. Yeah. Okay. 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 Great. All right, we're going to jump into the Business Committee, and we will start with the financial reports, A through G. Is there anything specifically this month that is abnormal or something that we should be checking at? Members, do you have any questions on A through G of the financial reports? Or 1A through G? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move forward to the bids, RFPs, and quotes. I see that Luke Saito is here. You're welcome to join us for this portion if you'd like. Or, I don't know, David Spooner, Mr. Spooner, did you want him up here, or? Okay, great. Come on up. Feel free to join us. I know we're talking about our Playground Falls Protection project, or also listed on here, the district-wide playground rubber mulch replacement. Can I ask one question just like in advance of this? Sadly, I know there was a fire last night at Lester Park. Well, when we replace we won't be replacing it with the mulch around it. We won't be replacing that with rubber in the meantime, will we? Or I just want to make sure.
No,
okay.
Pending how the outcome of the vote is, we won't. It's cordoned off, and we will not do any work until we know what the vote is next Tuesday.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to, I feel like it was a looming question. I wonder if other members had the same question too. So if you could talk us through the bid 1258-1 with the mulch replacement Mr. Spooner, that would be really helpful. On page 35.
As per direction from the board, we being our consultant and myself and contractors, we discussed this project and we looked at any ways or means we could reduce the scope to save budget, to do it in an equally similar quality manner that's long-lasting, and doing it the right way. And we came up with a solution to leave the playground in place, the playgrounds at all the sites, and provide impact attenuation at the footing and concrete areas with poured-in-place rubber. We worked with parent groups, we worked with multiple people, and the parent groups did buy into this process. Initially, they chose not to want any, or they did not want any poured-in-place rubber or any non-natural materials in the playground, but they felt that for the cost-saving measure, this would be an acceptable amount of rubber that was in the playground that's hidden. It's there for impact attenuation. You don't see it unless the engineered wood gets kicked out of the way. So Luke and his partners at his firm, our consultant, they rewrote the specification as per direction from the board. We went out and solicited bids again. We received 3 bids that in which 2 were very close. And being close like that shows me that they spent a lot of time on the documents and trying to be competitive because they wanted the work. And we do have one low bid. It wasn't as low as I hoped, but when the bids are competitive like that, it tells me that that's what the work is going to cost. So I think what it boils down to is we have to decide if we want to do it or not, and these are probably the lowest numbers that we're going to get because neither Luke nor I or any contractor can figure out a way to correctly do this project in a less costly manner.
And just a note that I know there were a number of contractors that were identified by the wonderful parent group that was helping out, but the one that was going to come in low did decline a bid.
Right, Superior Construction, Luke spent a lot of time talking with them, ensuring they had the bid package, and they responded the day prior to the bid opening that they would not be bidding because they felt they could not be the low responsible contractor, and they were anticipating being awarded future work, and if they were awarded that work, they would not have the capability to bond for both projects.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure that that was on the table. Members, any questions or comments with regard to this? Member Welty. Oh, Member Oswald.
Thank you. Mr. Saito, Mr. Spooner, thank you. It isn't as low as we thought we could get, but it's still lower, and we saved some taxpayer money. And it just took a little extra time and a lot of energy, and I just want to say thank you. I plan on voting for this because it has to get done, and I think our parents have just waited long enough, and we don't need to leave them hanging on the hook another year. We just need to do it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Member Welty.
Thank you. Mr. Spooner, a couple questions here, and I guess I'll start with a comment. I am delighted. I know this has been a considerable time consumer for you with all the interest in this, and I appreciate that it seems to have come out so well the second time around. A couple quick questions. Just in taking a look at the per project bids, the prices tend to be around $125,000. Now, we just authorized a complete makeover for the stow, which includes new equipment, but that's around $400,000. Does the equipment pretty much cover the difference between that $400,000 some and the $125,000 that we expect to do for these other projects?
Not quite. It's a little bit more at Stowe because we have a substantial amount of earthwork being done, grading, basketball court, basketball hoops, fencing. They're not even in the same league, the two projects.
I see. Okay, very good. I thought I had another question there, but I'll just have to wait until it pops back in my head if it comes quickly enough.
Great. Member Lefferkamp.
Sure. Mr. Spooner, thank you again for all of your work on this. I know it's been a process, and I appreciated that you made sure that we had a broad process for bidding, and so I really appreciate that. I actually, know that since we started talking about rubber mulch, it's only been a 2-year process, and so I think where we're at today is actually pretty good. I have a question that may come up by people looking at page 37 without much background knowledge like the rest of us have, but why the different schools are priced, have different, everything from $124,000 to $150,000, and just why it's different. Can you just kind of share that so that that's out there for the public?
Sure. Both middle schools are quite a bit smaller, and they only have a swing area, so they're substantially smaller in square footage, much less material to replace and remove, and fewer concrete footings. Some playgrounds are much larger, more concrete to cover, and more fall protection. It strictly is based on the amount of poured in place material going on concrete footings and the size of the playground, the rubber that has to come out, be trucked, be disposed of, and the engineered wood that has to go back in.
Thank you.
Member Johnston.
Sure, thank you. I guess I'm not very happy. I think that the price is still way out of line. I think I've been getting a lot of feedback from people, not only the people that want to get rid of this, which I do, but the price is really out of line. I think it's still out of line. And I'm not sure whether I'm going to vote for this or not come Tuesday. I think it's very unfortunate. We think we got a 15% reduction in price. We're happy, but the price was, I think, way overinflated in the first place. I still don't think the price is certainly not a good deal. Getting rid of the mulch certainly is, but the price certainly is not.
Thank you. Member Welty.
I've heard some discussions that the price might have been, could have possibly been considerably lower, and perhaps that might have been aided if we had been able to put the bid out considerably sooner. Also, we changed the variables that the contractors were bidding on. Still, that is a 15% reduction in price, and last month, I think the only thing that some of us balked at was the fact that it was supposed to be a 3-year process, and our parents made it clear to us that they wanted everything done immediately. Well, this may be more expensive than if we had been able to think this through a little more carefully and submit it earlier, but under circumstances, the fact that we can get this all done in over the course of the summer before the school year is very gratifying to me. And while our budget is nothing to sneeze at, our budgetary difficulties, I'm pleased with this, so I will be able to support this because everybody who wants to get rid of the potentially toxic rubber will see it gone if we adopt this bid.
Just one clarification to your comment, Member Welty, is we did give the contractors to October to finish, so it won't be done when school starts.
Close enough.
Member Johnston.
Sure, just a couple comments. Again, just clarifying to everybody that this is not coming out of the general fund, which of course I'm very happy about. Of course, taxes are going to have to pay for it, but it won't come out of the general fund. So thank you for Mr. Hasler finding that option for us quite a while ago. I do wish that we would have, I think if we would have known when we started this process that it was going to be $1 million, $1.1 million, $1.0 million, I think that we would have probably all thought harder about this than we did. And I think we were told, and fairty to Mr. Spooner and the group, you were a little bit higher than some people. Some of the other people, including the parents group, indicated that this was going to be much cheaper than it is. And again, the bids came in as they came in, but I do feel that if the board would have known how expensive this was going to be when we started this 6 months ago, I think we would all be reassessing whether or not this was a wise decision or not.
Thank Thank you. I just want to note, remembering Mr. Saido's comment on the number of places he called in the first round of bids all around our region. I think you said as far as Milwaukee, if I'm remembering that correctly, and then this time hearing that you worked alongside with any lists that were provided. So thank you for your due diligence. I'm glad that we have continued to contract with you throughout this process. I think it's a good investment for the process for our district. So thank you very much. Seeing that Chair Kirby.
Thanks. I just want to thank Mr. Spooner and Mr. Saido for this. I'm not sure why the price is out of line. It's more than I'd like, but it is what it is. And I can't, as far as I know, we can't coerce people to do it for less than they're willing to do it for. And since you went to great extent to find this out, thanks very much.
Great. All right, our appreciation from the board to you, and we will move on to our next item. Thank you very much. Next, we move on. There are no RFPs, quotes, policies, regulations, contracts, change orders, or leases. Thank you for no change orders yet. Moving on to leases, the South St. Louis County Soil and Water Conservation District. Mr. Hassler.
I'll just address that in brief. That is a current tenant of this building, and the lease document that we have entered into in the past is expiring, and we are proposing to renew that agreement and move forward with some rent adjustments that reflect some average increases that we've tracked in the past for the purposes of this agreement.
Great. Member Welty?
Yeah, I didn't browse through the whole thing. How long is this lease for? Is it a 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 year? And how long has it been in the past?
I believe it's about a 3-year agreement. And right offhand, I don't know how long we've contracted with them in the past, although it was a multi-year agreement that we had most recently.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Member Sandsted?
We think 15 years or so.
It's 5 years according to the, it's 5 years.
Thank you.
I was just going to point out that I noticed that there is a termination option with 90 days notice just in case the ownership of this building changes at some point in the next 5 years. So,
Great. Thank you. Seeing no further lights, we'll move on to acceptance of donations. Any questions on acceptance of donations or adoption? And so now we'll move, or the adoption. We'll move on to the adoption of the budget. Superintendent.
Hi, I'll have staff come on up too, Dr. Carey and Mr. Crane. As you know, we've been working on the budget for several months now, and as you also know, there's been several moving pieces, and a few of those pieces are coming into place more clearly. These can go to audience. Sure. These can go. First, the legislative session came in at 2 and 2, which is thankfully to our legislators a little bit higher than we were first considering, which is great. And there were a few other additions in other categories. On Friday, we had a meeting. It was actually held in Hermantown with the MDE, Tom Melcher, and Adash. Walked through some of the new funding pieces and some of the new policy pieces, and they are still working to untangle some of those. So we had some Duluth-specific questions for them, and that made them say, we're going to have to go back and work on that. And so some of these pieces are still in motion, but we are much closer than we once were. I think we're going to start with this document, the presentation, that this is the most summary version, and then we'll work our way through to get to more detail as we go. So you'll start with me, and then you'll be handed off to Mr. Hassler and Ms. Blaylock as appropriate, and other staff members can feel free to join in.
can we get just a couple minutes to look this over since we just got this? I mean, I really,
Well, can I explain it as we go through and then discuss?
okay, well, I just would have appreciated some time. Thank you.
Let's take 10 minutes just to read it, and then, but actually, how about, we'll take 5.
Okay.
5 minutes to go through, read this piece, and then we'll go back. So we will re-adjourn at 5 minutes after 5.
I'm good.
All right. So, we have 1 more minute. Whoops. All right, so just a brief, just want to make sure as we tee it back to the superintendent that we started these conversations in March. Was it February, March, the first budget meeting? Yeah, with the board.
April.
March early. I'm sorry, I'm hearing grumbling over here about April. I'm hearing this. So April was the first date. I know a lot of this actually looks very similar to what we've read. So April, we've had a number of meetings about it, have looked at this every month. So just want to make sure that we have that very clear, that this is not the first meeting that we've heard this, and I know we've heard updates throughout. So Superintendent, if you could take it away, that'd be great. Thanks.
Sure. And the planning parameters in the beginning we've gone over before, talking about reflecting the community's vision and priorities and maintaining the levy investments of class size and curriculum updates and strategies to support student achievement and close the achievement gap, and of course working towards our world's best workforce goals. Those are parameters that we've held as guides as we've gone through this process, and then supporting those strategies associated with our work of MTSS, professional learning communities, and student culture and climate. And that's some of the work that we did with the QSC as well, talking about, and the principals as well, talking about with these strategies, what are the things that we are doing that are holding the most promise and getting us farther down the road toward our goals, and really holding those as priorities during the entire budget process, and then of course aligning with our supporting plans in World's Best Workforce, but also Reading Well by Grade 3 and our achievement and integration plan as well. Talked a little bit about the process of working with QSC and working with principals, working with the budget committee, and then going back to each of those groups with more information and as we are refining. And of course, that takes us to the first page of budget planning. On the projected revenue to expense, you see we've gone from 1.5 million. You might remember before that we were at about the 2 million mark, but that was before we made an assumption with the legislature coming in at 1.5. They actually came in at 2.0, and some other increases that happened that bring our revised estimate of the projected revenue to expense to $700,000 deficit. And then talking about new investments that we would be making, the total new investments of $1,256,262. The revised estimate column are changes that have happened since the last time you saw this. So the estimate column is the same as you saw before, and the revised estimate is an updated amount. So going down to technology, that going from 300 to 250 reflects conversations that we've had regarding Chromebooks. We were hearing that with end of life with Chromebooks, that we wouldn't be able to use them after that date. We've since had second and third opinions on that suggests that we don't have to get rid of them quite so quickly, and so we were able to reduce that amount on that line item. Going down the next line to the Hills, additional programming. This $172,800 reflects some of the new programming that we are working with the Hills, formerly known as Woodland Hills, that adds an elective course. It adds an art course that they have been hoping for, and it also adds a specialist for trauma-informed instruction that will work with staff and the teachers to be a coaching and mentoring position as they implement those new strategies. CTE, maintaining programming, it's a nice problem to have that we have a lot of kids who are interested in our CTE programs, and we've been trying to grow those. We just added the aerospace course and have been seeing more kids sign up for those courses. We spent this year really highlighting a lot of those programs and a lot of our marketing materials and talking about them with families and students, and so we saw more kids signing up for them, and so we wanted to make a little more investment to be able to maintain those programs at the levels that we currently have them. This particularly refers to the culinary program. You might have seen that there was another article today saying that, kind of recalling a letter to the editor of last week, that it suggested we weren't going to be maintaining. We'd already kind of decided that this was going to happen, and so I had written to them saying, oh no, we're maintaining that, so this is the reflection of that investment. And then because of our conversations around Comp Ed and how we have been using Comp Ed on a district-wide basis to support class size ratio, we're moving towards more of that coming from general fund, and so this reflects $285,000 that would be supporting our current teacher-student ratio from the general fund rather than Comp Ed, so that we can direct more of the Comp Ed to the sites. Do you want to talk a page at a time?
Yeah, let's go page by page. Member Sandstead.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that both we have the $150,000 equity investment and then the $285,000 freeing up more of that Comp Ed money, which puts us at $435,000 by my math in terms of equity investment next year, and I think that is a great move in the right direction, and I appreciate the work that went into that. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Oswald.
I think I would like an explanation of the technology estimate. I've been hearing a lot of rumors about the status of our technology and our infrastructure and programming and the ability to provide our 21st century schools. And I'd really appreciate that if we could hear what the plan is overall.
Dr. Carey?
So middle of this year, we've recognized that because of some budget constraints over the years, we haven't been able to support our technology department to maintain some of the technology investments that were included in the building plan, the red plan, when that was enacted. And so part of what we attempted to do was take a look and identify what a sustainable plan would look like going forward. We have a roughed out plan that we think is sustainable for the long term, which is that $250,000 in addition to the current budget that we have in place would put us in a position to be able to maintain a new plan going forward. I think what Member Oswald is referring to is that we have had some conversation with principals about how that looks compared to what we currently have placed in our classrooms, and it will mean some change and some shift. And what it's looking at is going essentially to more wireless. Long story short, we would be moving away from our kind of cabled PC-based labs, and we would be moving to Chromebook labs and Chromebook carts, except for programs that need PC-based computers. Example would be Fab Lab and graphic design. Those programs need a PC in order to run the software. Another piece would be moving away from our smart boards. When you take a look, smart boards are a very, very expensive investment. And instead of having smart boards, the proposal right now looks at a 70-inch screen. 70-inch screen. I was about to quote the price, but I'm not going to because I'll get it wrong. I'll just go and say it's significantly cheaper when you take a look at installing a large screen TV for visual purpose rather than a smart board. You do lose some of the interactivity that comes with the smart board, but we still maintain a lot of the functionality in terms of students being able to be able to see digital display and see what the teacher wants to share through a computer. And so those are kind of the basics. Would be happy to answer more questions if there's more around that.
I do have a follow-up question.
Member Oswald?
I noticed that, we discussed briefly about replacing the Chromebooks at a slower rate. I know in particular, say at Homecraft, they were anticipating losing 2 entire carts of Chromebooks used next year. Are they going to be able to use those next year then and for the foreseeable future?
Dr. Carey or Superintendent?
I'm sorry, we were kind of having a semi-side conversation at the same time. What happened was, I think our technology department, they look at their job to kind of safeguard us as much as they can. So they had kind of come out with a very firm statement that they wanted to be able to rotate out all Chromebooks when they hit what's called kind of an end-of-life date, which is when Google no longer actively updates the software and virus protection and other pieces. When talking to a lot of other school districts around the state, and I think the superintendent kind of alluded to this, you don't necessarily need to rotate them out right on that date because they've still been updated up to that date. But as you progress farther beyond that date, since they aren't receiving new updates, you run a higher risk of viruses, phishing scams, other things that are normally protected through automatic updates from Google and from the vendor. And so we can use them beyond that end-of-life date, but the farther we get beyond that, we really need to be cognizant about replacing those in as timely a manner as we can after that date so that we're not opening ourselves up to vulnerability in terms of different scams and things that run through the internet.
Thank you. Just to be sure, she asked specifically about, like, if a school has one and they're not going to go further, they can continue using it next year?
Yeah. So we're not gonna walk in and pull them out of the building, but we will want to try to replace those then as soon as possible thereafter.
Great. Thank you. Member Sandstead, oh wait, was it a follow-up about this?
Yes.
Okay. And Member Welty, was it about, you had your light on from earlier? Okay. Member Sandstead?
I'm wondering about the smart board replacement. That's just what the process is going to look like, if you're switching everybody out or if you're just waiting for smart boards to sort of die on their own and then they'll be replaced.
So we haven't fleshed out those details. We wanted to wait to make sure we had board approval for the budget first, so we knew we could actually carry out the plan. And then the idea was once this budget is approved, we would come back together and then talk through some of those details. Tentatively, I think I could fairly comfortably tell you that in our buildings that were first addressed under the red plan, the technology essentially was put into those buildings as those buildings came online. So those buildings that came online first have the oldest technology, and so we would likely have to have a plan where we're phasing in buildings at a time based on the age of their technology. And then what we've typically done in similar situations is as we've pulled out some of the still functioning technology to put the new tech in, we then use that for replacement for pieces that fail in other sites as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Johnston, does this have to do with the technology question, or is it another budget question? Just
Technology.
Okay. Your question.
Sure. I have to say something about the smart boards, and we hadn't heard that rumor a while back. And smart boards, when the long-range facility plan did come online, that was a hot item. There were lots of comments about we need smart boards. If I recall correctly, I actually wrote an article on that. I think we spent $8 million, at least according to the long-range facility plan, on smart boards. And there was question at the time whether or not that was a wise investment. I was one of those people that didn't question it, but since we've got them, the teachers have said they enjoy the smart boards. My son has been a professor at times, and there's some debate whether or not higher education is using smart boards, but when I last left the bureaucracy, everybody was getting smart boards, and then corporate America, as well as the schools, and it just seems odd now that we invested that much money, and now we can't afford them, or we can't replace light bulbs on them, or whatever it is. It just seems a little bit peculiar to me that we invested that much. With cutting-edge technology now, we don't think we need it anymore. I guess I would question, I'm not sure what kind of a question that would be, question of why the change happened so quickly.
Member Johnson, I think that this would be a really good place to have a conversation when we do talk about the technology update.
I am talking here. I ask that you don't interrupt when I'm speaking.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Well, get to the question,
So the
please.
question, what?
If you have the question.
I'm talking. I'm asking you not to interrupt me. Could you please not interrupt me? So my question is why did everything change so quick? And what happened to that investment we had?
I don't know that I can speak to the investment in the smart boards because that would have been long before I would have been here. But what I can say, I think more generically, is that technology is in a state where it changes pretty rapidly nowadays. I think it was, I'll speak personally, my son now is 8, so I think it was my first Father's Day, so it would have been about 7 years ago. I'm just trying to do the mental math, where I got my first touchscreen device. I had an iPod Touch, right? And they were amongst some of the very first touchscreen devices you could use personally. And now those are commonplace. I mean, people walk around with smartphones and other things. And so when you talk about technology and interactivity, I think that landscape is changing so quickly that people are moving away from some technologies. Example, I think somebody told me a couple months ago that smart boards were a new technology in 1996, is about when they came out, maybe a little before. So we're already talking now, that's a 20-some-year-old technology, which in the sphere of technology is ancient. And so in terms of touch functionality, if we're going to look at future touch functionality going forward, I would say more tablet or personalized devices would make sense. And then where we're at right now, we do know financially we can't keep up with it, at least in the smart boards. So I think that's, I don't know if I answered your question, but I think that's the best I could do for you.
Member Welty.
Yeah, on the smart boards, I share Member Johnston's background, hearing what they would do. One of the things we had to do is, of course, train all the teachers, and you said we might lose some interactivity. I've heard about televisions replacing them. I don't know if the televisions are the same size. I presume the televisions don't have that touch screen ability. How are the teachers going to take this?
I don't know that I can speak for all the teachers. You'd have to ask them directly. The other piece that is coming into play, it wasn't a factor in the decision because it actually came out after we had looked at this plan. But I've been told now by our tech department that Smart Technologies, who makes smart notebook software, which is what runs a smart board and provides the interactivity, they're actually making a switch where they're no longer supporting Flash and they're moving to HTML5, which basically would make most of our teachers' lessons that they've designed obsolete anyway moving forward. And so I don't know that I would call it serendipitous, but the fact that that's happening at about the same time when we're considering a shift away makes sense because they would have had to redo everything they already had, is my understanding, in order to even be able to continue to use the software. So it might be an opportune time to make a switch. Again, that wasn't a consideration when we made the decision, just kind of a circumstance that came up after.
If I could, go ahead.
Can I just say one thing? I think also it's an incredible challenge in 2017. This might have been a different conversation in, say, 1987, but for us to be able to predict what technology we will be able to utilize and what will be front and center for the work that we do is pretty difficult to predict. Just reiterating how quickly things change. It's almost exponential at this point. And so for us to be able to predict 5 years or 10 years out is becoming more and more challenging just with the nature of technology too. So
I'd like to leap over into the question of the Chromebooks, but before I do that, are other school districts beginning to abandon the smart boards for other technologies, or are we the only one, and is it mostly at this point a budgetary consideration?
We're starting to see more and more districts going to a one-on-one scenario where each student has a device. So they're going more to a monitor on the screen that reflects what the students would be individually doing, which is actually engaging more students. When you have a smartboard, you can only have one student at a time because there's only one touch point at a time on the screen. Whereas if you have more students working on more devices, then they're individually engaged. So, that would certainly be a direction I would like us to move in, but that, would take a funding source like a technology levy. That's kind of how other districts are able to get there.
So in other words, there would still be a possibility if we had a classroom with students with Chromebooks so they could work on it one-on-one, that they would be able to look at the Chromebook and see something on a screen, not a smartboard, but something else. But it would not be the television that we're talking about. That would not work. They couldn't. The teacher will not be able to have something on the television that would show up on the Chromebook for the kids.
So, well, yes and no. To explain it, what typically would happen in this case is if I'm a classroom teacher and my students each have an individual Chromebook, I would direct them to go to a certain link or page where they're individually looking at that link or page, and at the same time on my Chromebook, I can cast my screen up onto that television so that the students can see what I'm doing and working on, in which case they could be following along in the same document or same page on their own screen and following the actions that I'm showing them to follow up on the monitor.
Do you think that most of our teachers are at this point technologically adept, that they'll be able to transfer from the smartboards to the scenario you've just outlined?
It's really a whole different setup. The lessons that were created were specific to that language. So, if you think about when we made the leap from all the floppy disks with our Apple IIes to going to the hard disks, you can't just take that disk and put it in a new system, and it would be about the same with the smartboards. You wouldn't be able to take the old programming and use it in a new system. I was thinking about cell phones and the same lifespan. I think in 1997 our cell phone was a bag that went into the car, and now it's a completely independent device that's really a computer. And if you look at how far technology has come, it makes sense that we would be changing into a new generation.
And if I could just go to that question on the Chromebooks. I know some school districts have tried to provide every student a Chromebook. Where are we now, and where will we be after this budget gets approved?
That's a question I would want to talk to the tech department about and provide a little more detail. We have a fair number of desktops out there. We have another number of Chromebooks out there, all in different phases of their life cycle. And the truth is, we as a district right now have a very high number of devices within our organization, probably more than what we really need based on the way they're structured. And so I would see us probably coming down a little bit from our current number of devices, but still having a sufficient number based on what this plan looks like.
How many of our students have Chromebooks? Do you have a rough idea about that? Or how many of our classrooms do? Or how many of our classrooms have a full set for all the students?
We have those numbers, but I don't have them with us tonight.
I know our Chromebook numbers are in the thousands.
Thank you. Member Lutherkamp.
Yeah, I just kind of a couple general comments around technology. Just because of the ages of my kids, I know when the smartboards came in, and I saw teachers learn, and some excitedly, some not so excitedly. But I recall teachers talking at that time about it being just another kind of tool in their toolbox, so to speak, of teaching. And certainly when I worked at Lester Park, I saw how it was used very interactively and had a chance to learn it myself. And so I agree that, changes in technology are happening, and I'm confident that our teachers will need some training, and so there will probably be some investments there, but also we'll see new technology as, again, another tool in their teaching toolbox. And so I am leaving it up to you to direct us in the right path, but I don't think we want to say the smart boards didn't have a great shelf life and weren't well used, and because I certainly have seen them and seen how kids have used them as well as our staff. So just kind of a general comment.
Thank you. Member Oswald?
I have some concerns. Knowing that, we're talking about Chromebooks and a lot of Chromebook carts and things like that, and going to that, right now, our Western schools have a lot less Chromebooks than our Eastern side schools. Our Title I schools have a lot less than our non-Title schools, at last count that I'm aware of. So I see removing smart boards from every classroom as reducing the technology that is available to our students in the near future. Because in the near future, I don't see being able to afford what we're talking about, a Chromebook for every person. That's tough stuff. Being that the smart boards have been here, I think the oldest are 8 or 9 years old. That's still not old. I mean, I get that they wear out, but just like everything else, everything takes maintenance, and we aren't very good at maintaining a lot of what we do. We're constantly pushing things back maintenance-wise. I'm also very concerned because in the redesign of our classrooms, a majority of our writing surfaces on the walls were eliminated because there was this great smartboard going in that replaced the need for chalkboards and that replaced the need for marker boards and whiteboards. So there's a lot less space for learning to happen, and having kids that have different learning styles that definitely need to see a written direction, especially for a lot of our special ed kids, it's harder to have that and have the space for it on the limited space on the walls that we have. My other and probably greatest concern is that teachers have now left for the summer, as their last paid day was Friday for the majority of them, and many of them go home and think of smartboard lessons to make up and work on over the summer, and they're going to come back and they may or may not have a smartboard to work on, because I know in at least one school that they haven't been replacing the bulbs. That quite literally, I know that there was a staff meeting and the principal had to go get a projector because somebody had already taken the bulb out of that smartboard to put in a classroom instead of the one in the media center. So I know things are super tight. I don't have the answer, but I think we all need to be involved in this conversation. If it wasn't for some people telling me rumors and teachers expressing to me their concerns of my bulb can't burn out, they've like, please let it make it to the end of the year, that I even asked this question, and we as a board wouldn't even really have known about it. So, and as to the whole older technology thing and whether it's not, I don't think we should even be discussing that, because we all know there's, backwards compatibility, there's converters, there's all sorts of things for programs. So we're nowhere near that conversation yet. So I don't think we should really be relying on that conversation of outdated technology just yet.
It sounds like we have a really robust conversation coming up in the future with regard to technology. And I think what we do need to get back to is the discussion of our budget moving forward. And so we heard a lot, but also hearing from the beginning, Dr. Carey, that you are talking about the very beginning of a discussion. I'm not hearing you saying tomorrow you're going into classrooms to take out smartboards. That's not it. What you were saying was that this is the initial piece, then you'll bring back the process for a technology changeover. So at that time, I think would be the most helpful, so that staff are most prepared and board are most prepared, having been able to read before, so that we're not kind of talking out of generalizations and can really focus on the budget conversation at hand. So that's where we will head next. The next light that was on was Member Welty, who had a question. It was about Chrome. It was about the laptops. Okay, great. Member Johnston, a question about anything else on this page. Nothing else? All right. Member Oswald?
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment about the culinary program. I found it disturbing, the culinary programs with the CTE. I was disturbed to read the editorial because I had no idea that this was even a budget consideration. And so
it wasn't.
If it wasn't, then why are we listing a budget item that's saying we're maintaining the culinary programs at current levels with an estimate of what it's going to cost to still do that?
Superintendent?
It came up as a need to our meeting, and we said, yeah, we should do that. There was no message that we're going to reduce this. It was agreement that this is a need that would be addressed. So it wasn't
Okay.
presented as a reduction.
Thank you for that clarification. I understand how rumor mills can work, but I'm glad that was just a rumor.
Member Leffler-Kemp?
Yep, just a couple comments about a couple items. Just the last thing on the culinary program, just to let people know, I did reach out to the person who wrote that letter to the editor because him and his wife live in my district, and I ran into them at the restaurant often because they are once a week culinary people. Anyways, and so they were very excited to hear that we were maintaining it and had many other great things to say about that program and our staff and our student workers there. And he's a retired teacher, and so he just, from a different district, so appreciated that, and will come and speak for us if we want him to speak. He would be a great speaker on it. I wanted to also, though, second what Member Sandstead said about the general fund to replace Comp Ed, $285,000, and then the original $150,000, which has been in this proposal for greater equity, and I strongly support those two budget items. And then the third just quick question has to do with the Hills additional programming. I was curious if the trauma specialist, did this money also include training for all of our staff on the informed instruction, trauma-informed instruction? Because I knew we had talked about that at one point.
Superintendent?
I believe that doesn't. No, I can't recall. That's not shown in this price here. That is cooperation with the Hills, their staff and our staff being trained together, and I believe they provided that staff, and then Principal Claremont had used some of her staff development funding and some of her discretionary funding to be able to plan for that training in the future. Also with partnership with the Hills and sharing the costs of those. I know that they were reaching out to Bruce Miles from the Big River Group to do some of that work with them as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just had a conversation with a friend of mine who works in a juvenile division down at Hennepin County, and she had just gone through this training, a similar training, and shared some links with me, and I'm just glad we're ahead of the game for our kids with this training and after viewing what she shared with me. So thank you.
Member Welty?
Yes, I'd like to go on to ask about the compensatory education reduction. I very much would like us to have the Comp Ed dollars follow the students who generate those into their classrooms. And I believe that up until this year, we've been operating by taking 50% of those monies and dividing them evenly for this student-teacher ratio, roughly. This proposes a $285,000 chunk of money from the general fund, no longer from compensatory education for that purpose. I have been toying with the idea of, I've not really heard from the people out west who have been advocating for a larger share of the compensatory education to go in any particular direction, how they would use that money. but I was thinking about offering a resolution to see to it that no more than 35% of the compensatory education money would be distributed citywide or school district-wide. Can you tell me what this $285,000 for student ratio changes, what that will, how much the compensatory education next year will follow the students into their schools compared to this year?
Sorry about that. Well, we have our total compensatory education funds are going down next year. So this also reflects that, and I'm not sure where we would have to do some more figuring. Something else that we learned on Friday when we were meeting with MDE, because there was a lot of discussion during the session, compensatory education is currently tied with the base funding increases and decreases. So an increase of general fund 2% or student base by 2% would mean an increase in compensatory by 2%. There's a lot of discussion about disconnecting those so that there wouldn't be an automatic connection. We learned on Friday that that did not go through, so the connection remains. And so we do have to do some, MDE hasn't given us our run sheets yet on that. And so we will be adding some additional compensatory education funds to our budget, but that's not part of the general fund. So and that's going to change that percentage as well. So this is a very long answer to say I don't know what that percentage is quite yet.
If you could come close to an estimate of that for the next meeting, I would appreciate that. And then I have one other observation to make about the compensatory education. At one of our last meetings, one of the touchiest points was, some of the people in Denfeld are concerned that the CITS class for kids we might call high flyers might need more augmentation. And then we had people who were talking about some of the kids whose needs are a little bit earthier and not quite so highfalutin academic, perhaps needing those comp ed funds. And of course, compensatory education is designed for kids who are on free and reduced lunch. I am very interested in having the Western schools figure out how they would like to use those compensatory education funds. And I do not know, because I was not a party to the budget talks that have been ongoing this year, what discussions there were along those lines. But I see that Assistant Superintendent Starzecki has got her light on and is nodding her head and eager to tell me what I want to know.
A couple things. One thing I do want to just make sure is, just that I state, is when, yes, compensatory dollars are generated based on our free and reduced number population, but those dollars are not intended only to go to students who generate those dollars. And one of the data collection that I was doing, one piece of data that I was collecting this winter had to do with the ADSIS grant. And as part of the ADSIS grant, I had to calculate the number of students who were in need of reading support without IEPs. And although some of our schools on the eastern side get lost in that discussion because it comes through in percentages oftentimes, that our second highest school with the greatest need at the elementary was Congdon. So they have the most students who need reading support who do not have IEPs right after Piedmont. And so sometimes those get lost. So I just wanted to make sure that that's an important piece of information that the board has. Some of those are things that we need to take a look at, that although we have more students in some of our schools who have more need, we have students in all of our schools with need as well. Okay, now your question about specifically the discretionary budgets that they have for the buildings. I have received a copy of all of their discretionary preliminary budgets. Some of our schools have put that into maybe a grade level teacher so that to reduce a class size where you might be close to upper 20s in one area, they're choosing to use some of their funds to reduce those class sizes. Some are using it for interventionist support or for a dean or for a social worker to support some of the needs in the building. So every building's a little bit different. And I've been working specifically with the Denfeld group, and through their budget process, they've been working to develop a budget for their discretionary dollars as well as $150,000. And some of the considerations that they put forth are to support the BAR program that they have just been awarded that coaching support for next year, as well as how to support full-service community schools. So that's just a broad example of what some schools are doing, and I do have all of the preliminary information for each school if we needed that.
Thank you. Member Johnston.
Sure, thank you. First of all, just talking about CompEd, the CITS, the classes, their point was an equity issue, not that they should be enhanced at the expense of other people, but their point of bringing that up was because of equity, not that it should be taken away from other programs, just to clarify that. I hear what you're saying. Thank you for working with the Denfeld people. The BAR program is next year. I guess I don't really see anything in here for this budget that would be addressing the concern specifically, or did I miss something for this particular budget?
Assistant Superintendent.
I don't know if I understand your question. The $150,000 part of that dollar allocation will go to support a coordinator for the BAR program, as well as some of the training needs that the staff will be going through. Does that answer your question?
Okay, I thought you said that was going to be next year, but did you mean this fall?
Yeah, sorry, I should be more specific.
This budget, but not next year's budget. Okay.
Our FY18 budget, yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's one of the things from the Denfeld thing, and I'm assuming you people are talking to them as well, but they had a lot of concerns about other things as well as everything from transportation to and I mean, is there anything else that's going to be addressed from their concerns in this budget, including, of course, the CompEd piece?
They walked through a process at their building that identified what were some of the needs, and they worked together to prioritize where their greatest needs, where they felt the greatest needs were, and based on that discussion, they started to identify how they felt that their CompEd dollars should be allocated, as well as $150,000. So that's where those priorities aligned with that work. A conversation, just an example I had with them about the transportation is I think we need more data to support why we would invest a significant amount of money, we need to know which students are having a hard time coming to school and what is the impact of that. We don't have that data from them, and so that's just an example of some of the conversations that we've had at the building level. But this budget was built with some of the representatives from that equity committee as well as their continuous improvement team. They were all part of that process where they developed this budget together.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'll certainly keep working on that, and I'll check with them too. I do have to say, though, when you did mention the Condon example, and I don't doubt that you're correct on that, but Condon, their test scores are way up here, and our other schools, for example, Stoll and even Lower Mac are way down here. So, I guess I would question, maybe I don't know which one is correct, is one wrong or the other, but at least all our test score data indicates that Condon is one of our highest performing schools. And I think if you talk to the Western schools, they will probably bring up that same issue. And what kind of sounds like what you're saying is that, Condon needs help too. Of course they need help, but the question is, do they need as much help as the other schools?
Assistant Superintendent.
I would agree. They have more students that are performing above grade level than some of our other buildings, but they also still have students that are performing below expectations. And so they have students that have need, just not the same amount of need as you gave the example of MAC. The needs look a little bit different when you're comparing the total population versus the amount of students who need reading support.
Thank you. Member Oswald?
I just had a question about the information we received, I believe on Friday, about integration funding and how that, if that you have any updates on that and how that might impact this number of that we're looking at for a budget, or are we going to have to amend a budget, or how is that going to work?
Well, that wouldn't be reflected in this. This is all general fund. So achievement and integration is a separate funding source. We are continuing to work with MDE. Their initial approach to Rule 3535 and their interpretation of it continues to change. And so they are working towards a different interpretation that would still include Duluth. And so we are in conversation with the commissioner and with the Assistant Commissioner Cordy, who has been leading this project, and there's some mutual goals of getting a different interpretation of the rule. So we're hopeful that we will hang on to that funding.
Well, the reason I bring it up is that I recognize that if funding or even portions of that funding should go away, I would wonder if we would be able to address any gaps in that from general fund, such as integration specialists or racism training or whatever is in that plan that isn't going to be covered, if we will find other ways to cover it. And so that's why I wondered if it would impact our general fund balance.
We wouldn't have a way to address those unless we made further reductions in other areas.
Member Lefferkamp?
Yes, Assistant Superintendent, did I hear you right when you said that of the $150,000 for equity investment, that part of that is going to be used to pay the bar coordinator? Okay, and then did you lay out how else that would be used?
I'm looking at the document they shared with me.
Okay, thank you.
Point 6 would be allocated to a bar coordinator. There would be an investment for a full-service community school coordinator. And there was a request, and then also to support bar classes, they would be adding 0.6 FTE. To be a part of bar, you need to have cohort groups working together, so you need to have the same group of students with the same math, science, social studies, and English teacher. And so in order to have those cohorts, you need more sections. So it would actually have an impact across the 9th grade where they'd have more sections of 9th grade to be able to accommodate this model, which would lower class size. And so that's an extra 0.6 that they would be using of that 150 to support those sections to be able to run bar, which is, I want to say a requirement. I think that's the right word. A requirement of the grant is that you're able to coordinate a schedule that allows for these cohorts to happen.
Okay, and then just a follow-up to your comment on the transportation. Last week when we heard from the equity group, we talked a lot about transportation, but one of the things that stuck out to me was that 3,000 bus passes were given away this past year, and I think it was 1,000 at East. Where did money come from that? Was that from Comp Ed? Or?
Yep, and that's also incorporated in their draft budget, that they have budgeted for $3,000 for transportation bus tickets for next year.
At East, that wouldn't be Comp Ed because they don't receive that discretionary funding. That would come from probably their parking permit funds.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no lights on this page, no further. Superintendent?
I did just want to add, though, that I believe some of that comes from some grant monies from other organizations. I don't have those off the top of my head, but I do believe that some of our partners help out with those bus passes, too.
Thank you. Continuing on.
All right, moving to the other pages are more adjustments and reductions. And again, you have seen most of these. Some of these you have not seen before. As we've worked through this, some things that we think might be a good solution don't turn out to be a good solution, or we find out that we've saved a little more or a little less as we dig into the finances behind the ideas. And so anything new that has been added to this page is in that blue color, and anything original is in black ink. So I won't necessarily go over the things that have not changed. So the first one says a staff reduction in business services, and the original estimate was $50,000 for that. As we dug into looking at how we might combine duties, we realized that the duties came from separate units, and we weren't able to quite do what we were hoping to do. That doesn't mean that, well, it's true for any of these things, that it could be a future item that we look at, and I'll talk more about that as we go along. Moving down to the trade positions reductions, that is a total of $111,000. That is one position, and then another position that has requested a phase-out retirement, which means it's they don't work as much as they used to. It's a phased-out retirement, so those positions would then not be replaced. Going down to transportation, there was a reduction from the $80,000 to a $70,000 as we combine duties in transportation department. Reduction in homebound going from $25,000 to $30,000. As we looked into the specific funding that was attached to that, we were able to realize some more savings, I believe, as we figured out the benefits of the positions involved. Clerical reductions is a place that we really hoped to do some restructuring. We weren't really able to get into the level of conversations that we were hoping to around this. What we believe really needs to happen is to look at the needs of every department within Hawks, and then looking at the weeks, and there's certain duties or tasks. Some of them are annual, some of them are monthly, some of them are weekly, some are daily, and really mapping out what are our needs as an organization and how can we have some crossover in our positions. And so we hope to engage in those conversations and perhaps look at this as an item next year as we are developing that budget. For now, there was a one-time cost that was added in last year's budget that would be coming out. That's reflected here as a $19,000 reduction. So there wouldn't be other clerical changes unless there were a few retirements within the clerical unit, and if there were shifts that made sense for us to make some reductions, we may consider those as that all plays out.
Thank you.
Do you want me to continue, or do you want to address this page?
We'll address this page. Member Sandsted.
I just have a structural question here. We're still talking general fund, correct?
Right.
And I'm wondering why we've got fuel costs of transportation, and that's general fund spending thing. I wasn't just looking for clarification on that, since this is still sort of new to me.
Could you address that, Doug?
I'll try to. We have a general fund, but technically in the state of Minnesota, transportation falls within the general fund. Now, we separate it out and are able to track transportation revenue and transportation expenditure, but it still falls under the umbrella of general fund.
Member Welty.
Yes, there was a fair amount of anxiety that I was aware of among the clerical staff because there was a big hit that they were about to take. This will probably take a fair amount of the sting out, but you talked about restructuring over the course of the next year. Do you think it is possible that in thinking about the needs of different departments, different schools, that you might find, well, you already mentioned that there might be some retirements that could make some changes. Do you think that it's possible that through the course of the next school year, changes during the year might bring the clerical costs down without causing too much anxiety among the clerical staff? Or is this what we can expect to spend if there are no major changes?
There are a few pieces that could be addressed while while the bus is en route. Some of those would have to do with extensions of contracts, that people work additional to what their contract says. But this would probably play out within the coming weeks if there were to be changes in positions. But once we're underway, it's a little tough to change those contracts.
All right, seeing no further lights on this page, we'll move on to the next page.
All right, the next section is district-level educational support, and then district-wide and building-specific on the bottom of the page. The True North AmeriCorps, in conversations with Tracy Klena at the Y, we decided to go to a phase-out rather than completely discontinuing. It's for a couple of reasons. One, as we're transitioning to the ATSIS grant, some of our schools still need some additional support because they don't come into the grant until year 2. So this will provide some support. The Y also wanted a little bit more time to find other sponsors for some of their members. They felt that they could find other sponsors for half this year, and then they also had some funding that they didn't completely expend this year, and they were able to bring down the match amount for each of the members. So we were able to hold on to 12 members this year and kind of continue some of those needs, and to make it a little easier for the Y to transition as well. So that went from $70,000 to $34,000 in savings. Going down, reducing the curriculum budget by $50,000. Each year we set aside $450,000 total, and that builds up over time to be able to purchase things. Like this year we're purchasing the ELA curriculum adoption, and so it's reducing that set aside by $50,000. The next line down, I've identified that as a 0.5 social work position, and that's in special ed, and that's a caseload adjustment. 0.5 DAPE, which is adaptive phy-ed. What's the first word? Developmental. Oh, thank you. Adaptive physical education, reducing that position by 0.5. Paraprofessional reduction, and an assistive technology teacher on special assignment, a 0.2 reduction, resulting in $12,000 in savings. Moving down, administrative reduction, we had proposed a reduction in principal staff. This being an item that had a lot of conversation, a lot of attention, getting feedback from community and parents. I know that Member Loeffler Kemp spent time with the PTA out at Homecroft and had conversations with others as well. And so the budget being a little more favorable than we were originally planning, we decided to maintain a full-time position at Lakewood, still combined with federal programs, and then combining Homecroft with the Excel program rather than the federal. There's still, room for some extra duties there. It doesn't take quite the level as the federal programs do, and so we were able to make some adjustments there. And so we would maintain full-time positions in both of those schools. Mr. Sheldon would stay at Lakewood with federal programs, and Mrs. Warden would stay at Homecroft with the Excel program attached to that. And that takes care of this page.
Thank you. Member Oswald.
Being the giant budget item on this page of the department reorganization to restructure curriculum support, can someone detail what that's going to look like?
Dr. Carey?
So we're talking about the department reorganization there. The $250,000, what that's going to look like is we have this year and in the past 3 years, this is the third year, we have had 3.8, I think, this year. Total FTE in our curriculum department. We had a 0.6 social studies support. We had a full-time science, full-time English language arts and reading, and then full-time math, and then a 0.2 music. What this is doing is essentially reducing those positions, and so we will have a 0.2 social studies, a 0.2 science, a 0.6 reading ELA, a 0.2 math, and a 0.1 music. So it's reducing that administrative staffing that we have to support our teachers in the buildings.
And all those cuts add up to the $250,000?
Yeah. Roughly,
So
yeah, very close.
it's all personnel, not any other kinds of things?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no,
I have a second question if nobody else.
I was going to
wants
ask a question if it's all
Oh,
right. We can
go
go
right
back and
ahead.
forth. I was really glad to see that we aren't reducing the homecraft position by a point, by that level, and so I'm glad to see that was able to work out. I know Member Leffler-Kemp had talked to me a lot about it, as well as a number of different parents, so I appreciate that. The thing I know sometimes.
Can I just respond to that?
Yeah.
Just really quickly, it wasn't a reduction in the principal position, it was an additional duty attached. So it was still a full-time position at Homecraft, it was additional duties of federal programs.
Oh, okay.
So that, just so it's clear.
So to be clear, the principal the whole time was going to be
Full-time.
in the whole time they would be at the school. Okay.
Yes, and so what this does is actually puts back a full-time position at Lakewood. Because that was going to be a .6 position.
Member Welty?
Are the additional duties for the principal at Homecraft kind of like a teacher's 1/6 overload? So in other words, the principal will be a full-time principal, but have additional duties having to do with the federal programs, or?
At Lakewood, it'll continue to be Dr. Sheldon, so he will support federal programs. At Homecraft, it will be Excel, or targeted services, which includes after-school programming as well as summer school programming for grades K through 8. We had that at Stowe this year, and that was very difficult given the needs of that building. That wasn't a good fit, so we think the Homecraft position will be a better fit.
Are those additional duties for the Excel over at Homecraft, are they going to, will there be a 0.2 reduction in the teaching in the principal responsibilities for the principal? But it's anticipated that the principal will be able to handle both 5 days a week principaling and Excel and.
Yep, it should really not require her to be out of the building. She can do that from her building, the organization, the communication for that. I was going to say something else, I forgot.
It's just,
Thank you.
And those are in recognition that there are different needs of each building, not only number of students, but the demographics of a population as well determine how much time a principal has to work on some additional duties. And so with these changes, then we will be posting the principal position at MacArthur as a new position.
Member Oswald.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment that I'm extremely pleased to hear that Amy Warden's going to stay at Homecraft. I think that entire school deserved the continuity of a principal. They've had 4 new principals in the last 5 years, so this is really trying. And been extremely hard on the parents that are there, being that I volunteer there at least once a week. I've heard firsthand from parents and staff and the whole gamut of people surrounding that community. And I've worked hard trying to calm fears and trying to help people understand the processes and how they work, and knowing where I can advocate and where I can't. I can't count the number of hours in the last 2 weeks. Frankly, it was a very long and trying time answering my phone a lot. And so this couldn't be better for Homecraft. I am concerned about MacArthur, not really understanding why Nathan Glockley still is being moved, what prompts Mac versus a Stowe position being posted, and I think the community just needs a better explanation, at least now, of why one school will get their principal and the other one needs to go tackle other problems in a different building.
Member Lefferkamp?
Yeah, I just want to comment on the Homecroft Lakewood positions and say thank you again for keeping it full-time. The last couple of weeks, as I've talked to a number of parents and staff, what's been good about it is that I've been able to correct information about processes in our district that we use every year when we look at what are the needs of the district and principals and skills that principals bring in, and also been able to talk with parents who are new in our district or new as elementary parents to talk about what they value in their principal and what they just how principals are moved around and often carry on the good work that maybe was started by another principal. And so I welcome the conversations I had with many parents and particularly felt like there was some good conversation to help them understand decision-making in our district and understand processes that we use and that, may be used again. I think the other great thing, and I think the superintendent touched on it in one of his updates to us, is that our parents are passionate about their principals, and that says a lot that we have a lot of good principals throughout our district, and so that was also good to hear from parents, and I think we will have folks happy with this, but also hopefully, just like the last conversation I had with a parent as I was driving here, that this has been an opportunity for parents to learn about how our processes work, and the more we can engage parents, the better. And so I thank you, and I know a number of school board members fielded questions, and I appreciated when I then talked to the same parents that they were hearing accurate information about processes and stuff. So I guess that's all I'll say about that. And I also appreciate that we're going to have someone devoted to the Excel program as well from Homecroft.
Member Lefferkamp, Member Oswald, I realized that I called on Member Lefferkamp prior to the question being answered that you asked. I was processing what you were asking, called at her before turning over. Is that what your light is on about?
And I also
I'm guessing,
respond
okay.
to
I guess there's
Member
Superintendent,
Lafferkamp.
if you could answer Member Oswald's question, and then I think there's additional questions. Or our Assistant Superintendent started, like you too. I know you work closely with principals.
I was just going to make a point to your comment that one of the strengths that Mr. Glockley has brought to MAC has been about creating good systems, as well as creating a very positive, predictable school climate with pretty clear and consistent, predictable routines. And I think that's one of the things that staff at Stowe are looking for. And so he will be, they're excited to have him. I've talked to the staff. They're looking for that leadership and that support, and that's one of the things that he will bring to Stowe. And the systems he has created at MAC will be able to be continued with a new principal, is our hope.
Superintendent?
Well, she pretty much covered what I was going to say. And that and the reason these are on here is because they were a function of finance, a function of budget, and the other is a function of school need and administrator strength and not part of the budget discussion. So it would probably be better for another time.
Just one quick question with regard to the budget review. This is our last page. Will we be reviewing this tonight too? So we'll go through this. This is the overview. Following this, we're going to take a brief pause because we have a handful of parents that are in the audience that have been waiting the entirety of this, and I think thinking they would be about an hour ago. If so, would board members be okay following this piece that we have the parents present and then jump back into this? Except, yeah, for the school forest. School forest? Or, okay, just making sure. I want to honor our community volunteers' time. Okay. Member Kirby.
Thank you. I just want to make a general comment. I think that one of the missions and goals of this board and district is to support reducing the achievement gap and giving students support. And it takes leadership and making very tough decisions to do this. The difficulty is that when a tough decision is made and you don't like it, then it's a bad leadership. And I think that we have to give our administration the latitude and the support and the ability to make these decisions, specifically at this point about principals, and not get involved in micromanaging this. I mean, if we want to be superintendents, we should get our superintendent's license. But I think that we should be involved in the policy and give them the support. They have much more information, talk to many more people than we did, and so I support the decision they're making, but I make that general comment.
Thank you. Member Johnston?
Sure, thank you. First of all, talking about a principal is not micromanagement, it's macromanagement. That is exactly what we're here for. I don't ask when he comes in the morning. I don't ask when you come in the morning. And call us having an opinion on a principal is not micromanagement. That's a belittling, a concern that our citizens have, that our parents have, and that we as a board have. And I would appreciate not to use that term because that's a derogatory term.
I didn't belittle anybody. I'm just giving my opinion.
I think you did. I think that, I guess we learn how the process works. Lakewood and Homecroft get their wishes. Stowe doesn't, or Laura Mack doesn't. That apparently is how the process works. I think it's a very unfair process. I think our parents in Western Duluth think that's a very unfair process. That's why we brought this up, because it is an unfair process. Now, that's just the Lower Mac is the only ones that are unhappy now. First, I want to say Nathan Glockley is a fantastic principal. I'm sure that he would do very well in Stowe. But he has also done very well in Laura Mack. And imagine this. If you decided to move the Congdon principal or the Ordine East principal, I think there would be a lot of people micromanaging that decision and talking about what's happening at Laura Mack, and our principal Glockley is, again, put that on the other side. If it happened to Congdon or Ordine East, yeah, the process would be changed. And I see it being an insult that Lakewood and Homecroft got their wishes and we out in West Duluth didn't.
Member Welty?
I do think I need to make a comment about the question of micromanagement. You know, I'm a school board member. All of us are school board members. The 7 of us, we don't hire and fire the staff any more than we, you know, principals do it in their buildings, and top administration makes those recommendations. That said, you know, I'm elected to make sure that the community is happy, and one of the best illustrations of what happens when the community is not happy is they leave our schools. And what the parents at some of the schools have done was advocate for continuance of their principals, and I would say that a happy conjunction between that spirited lobbying of school board members and the state legislature giving us 2 and 2, and our next 2 contracts being 1 and 1.5, gave us the wiggle room to accommodate the parents. I certainly told a great number of Homecroft parents and Lakewood parents and other parents that it was not my responsibility as a school board member to make changes in the principals, because I don't believe that is my role. But my role is to listen to them when they're concerned about their schools, and some of the schools are a little happier after some of the parental lobbying, and I'm pleased for them.
Member Sandstead?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that I think our role as a board is to ensure that we're providing the best education possible, and that's not always pleasing to everyone. But I also think that we need to communicate our decisions well, and I think that this has been an example of where we could do a better job of explaining to parents, families, the public about the rationale for why we're making the changes we're making. Just another reason I think that we could use a communications position that is a prominent communications position for the district.
Can I just...
Assistant Superintendent?
Hopefully my final comments, and then I'll be quiet. Just a few items in regards to Member Johnston's comments. I'll respectfully disagree with some of the comments that you made, just that my lens and our lens that we've been talking through as district leadership as well as building leadership has been the needs of Stowe, and making sure that we're looking at the needs of Stowe and giving the Stowe the support that they need. So I just wanted to articulate that was, that's part of that decision-making process, and I believe our charge is to be looking at student outcomes, student achievement, making decisions as to how we believe are the best ways to do that, and recognizing that there's probably more information that played into it, as I said in my email, than everyone probably has in the community that can and can't be shared. So just know that there was lots of information that was, and lots of conversations we had, and I'll be done now.
Thank you. Member Oswald?
Thank you. There's lots of things I want to respond to. I'll be as brief as I can. Member Kirby, I don't believe voicing the concerns of our constituents is micromanaging, because that's what I do as an elected representative. Whether it agrees with the superintendent's decisions or not is not for me to say. I can give them the reasons that I know of why decisions are made the way they are made, and those are just facts. But I'm still obligated to bring their concerns forward because they're my bosses, and that's the way I view my job. As to Member Loeffler-Kemp, thank you for addressing all the rumors, because I think we've all addressed rumors, because the rumor mill works overtime in controversy, and I felt that there may have been some attributes towards other board members in your comments. If there wasn't, I forgive me, but that's a viewpoint that I thought I had heard, and I just want to make it clear that I don't believe any board member here is falsely spreading any kind of propaganda or has any ill will. It's just that people get passionate and confuse their facts when they don't know what's going on, and we work in the public's best interests and in the district's best interests as long as we possibly can.
Thank you. Seeing no further lights on this, we will take a Oh, it doesn't tie into this? Okay. Yeah, Superintendent, if you could walk through this last page, and we'll hold comments or questions on this until we jump into the yellow binder. Just post, if you guys, if the Lowell Forest parents want to come up and start, you're welcome to head forward here in a minute, and we'll take a 2-minute break after.
The last page is just a summary of the numbers with that 700 projected revenue to expense, new investments, total investment target, the draft adjustments, and you see we have a $9,538 to still address, but that is any one item could easily be swaying pretty close to that.
Okay. Thank you. We will take a 3-minute break, and we'll come back at 6:25. All right, if we could please reconvene. Colleagues, we're going to reconvene. If we could head back to our chairs, please. All right, we're going to get started and want to welcome our two wonderful parents from Lowell. I grew up with Laura. We played soccer together, went to elementary school together, so always fun to see her here. Great. And you've just been so involved in so many district things. So excited to have you both here. Laura and Miss Klaas-Mackey, for some reason your first name but I couldn't remember the rest of your names. Kristen. Okay, right there. All right, so if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves briefly, and then you'll have your presentation. I'm passing around, they've passed out some handouts, and feel free to take it away. So put both of your lights on, and so we'll have them give their presentation, and then we'll pause for questions at the end.
Good evening. I'm Kristen Klaas-Mackey, and I'm mom to a now first grader at Lowell Elementary in the Spanish immersion program. Oh, a little closer.
Pull your mic up a little closer, yeah.
And then I also have a 3-year-old who just finished the ECFE program over at Lester Park. So I'm a biology major, so all of this nature stuff is deep in my heart space. And it's been really fun working with the other very motivated and parents at Lowell. So one of them being Laura Whitaker.
Yeah, my name is Laura Whitaker. I run a nature preschool here in Duluth and am a founding member of the Duluth Nature Play Collaborative. And my son just finished his first year in Nueva Visión, which we have loved. And when I had an incoming child into the school, I thought it's time to start bringing some of my work and my passion into his school. There's several parents at Lowell that have had their children go through nature preschools, and there's a lot of energy in our community around this approach to early childhood. And so with that, last March, we worked with Principal Larva and facilities to create a nature playscape adjacent to the playground and to work in the trails and build a trail system through the forest. And we see the next step for our work to be to move to the forest or school forest designation. So take it away, Kristen.
Okay. So now all of this information comes from the DNR specifically on their definition of what a school forest is. This isn't, our school forest committee has not come up with this. This is what the DNR defines as a school forest. And it's an outdoor classroom where teachers and students explore the natural world as a means to teach core subjects. It's used year-round by the school and also community organizations. Managed by the school under direction of the School Forest Committee, which we have now at Lowell as we've been getting our presentation ready to bring to the school board meeting here, and must be accessible to students and must have trees. The benefits, for students particularly, to reach the students through hands-on learning, especially those that struggle in a traditional classroom. It encourages that physical activity and it improves the students' health just from that additional physical activity and getting outdoors. It allows students with disabilities frequent, safe contact with the natural world also. It fosters a sense of ownership. The kids are really proud of these spaces outside that they've created and been a part of, and it promotes a conservation ethic in these kids. It increases their school pride, and it also has been shown to decrease student vandalism. The DNR has found that in research as they've done many of these forests in the state. And it also captures young people's innate interest in the natural world. The benefits for the actual school and the staff is to allow teachers to try new teaching methods outside of the traditional classroom setting, helps address academic standards by giving opportunities to include environmental education into the regular curriculum, and it gives staff a chance to see the profound effects of the natural world on children. It allows teachers and staff to interact with students on a different level, and it provides resources and support for teachers and staff on natural resource education topics and techniques. The DNR forest stores are actually available to help the schools identify, plan, and implement school forest activities with special access access to the forestry education resources. The DNR staff will actually come to the site, help with grant writing, if that would be necessary, curriculum development, educational materials, connections to the DNR programs, and site visits. And then the foresters will actually come and work with our school to write a stewardship plan. Now our committee has come up with a mission statement, and it's to promote learning opportunities to deepen students' understanding of the natural world, enrich their classroom learning with hands-on experiences in nature, and promote a lifelong stewardship ethic through the experience of actively managing and valuing the Lowell School Forest. So the benefits to our school is Principal Larva and our teachers are invested in the land and the amount of time students are spending outdoors. We have Adventure Club and Key Zone, two of our after-school programs using the land daily currently this whole last year, and teachers are eager for more support and accessibility. We did a teacher survey. The Nature Committee at Lowell did a survey with the teachers, and when we asked them specifically what are the benefits they have seen taking their students outside, these were their specific quotes. Happier students, refreshed children who are ready to learn. They become better learners in the classroom. They are calmer, ready to listen and learn. They have a high engagement, community building, connecting kids to nature and building a lifelong love of the outdoors in the kids, and they get energy out and they can be a kid. This is the proposed school forest location. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner, that's the soccer field. It's difficult to see this, but maybe you can see it better in your handouts. There's a squiggly line that goes behind the soccer field. It goes in front of the left green blocked out area, and it goes in front of the right-handed blocked out, and that's the tree line. So Lowell has a very beautiful forested area there, and we're hoping to engage every last bit of it that we can. Our goals for our school forest is to achieve the DNR designation, develop a site stewardship plan with foresters, investigate curriculum support from the DNR, establish sustainable and transferable committee leadership to serve many future student generations. So that's the end of the slideshow, and we're open to any and all questions that you would have for us.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and very well prepared for, and sounds like a lot of work has gone into this. I see there's a couple lights on for questions, so Member Oswald.
Thank you. I was going to comment the same thing. It looks like you put a lot of work and preparation into this, and thank you for that. I know it's kind of nerve-wracking to come before us, and so thank you for being here too. I guess, this is kind of a random question in that what exactly does the designation of school forest do? All these benefits, our staff can still go sit in the trees and walk around in the woods, but is this giving us something specific? Not that I don't agree with it. I'm saying I just want to know does this allow the DNR to help us specifically, and they wouldn't otherwise? Or what is the need?
So the DNR will come in and assess the health of the trees in the forest. So they will give us a long-term plan for keeping it forest. So if there's maybe an area that the trees are becoming aged, or maybe there'd be a point where we might have to take down some trees and replant, and then they would guide us in what specific plantings would do the best in our area, the most native, the ones that would do the best. And that would open us up to potentially writing grants for those seedlings to just keep maintaining that forest. Because some of the teachers have not used an outdoor classroom setting before, haven't taken kids on nature trails, they come in and do some teaching for the teachers specifically. The DNR wants these areas to be used by the school and also the community, and they really want it to bridge the gap between the school and the community. So they really have been really great to work with, and they really are proponents of these areas for our students.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Member Welty?
Yes, I like your forest because I wandered through the trail, the one that's just off of the playground, and I took a look at it, and I've been to the other side too. This is all Duluth School District property, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. We had the home crowd parents come by and make a presentation similar to this a couple of years ago. They have a much smaller strip for their forest, and it'd be fun if we could augment that somehow with some of the surrounding territory. I just wish you well. This sounds like a fun project.
It has been.
Keep those kids healthy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Loeffler-Kemp?
Yes, thank you for your presentation, and I'm really excited for you. I was a parent at Lester Park and worked with them to get the school forest there, and it's not much space at Lester Park, and I would tell particularly new parents in our district to take a walk across and go down, because it's a magical place for kids, and it's a magical place for me. I go and read the paper there sometimes on Sundays with my husband, so I'm excited for you. I am glad that you're working so closely with the DNR for all the benefits that you talked about, and I know came into fruition with Lester Park and I think Homecroft. I'm not sure how many school forests we have designated now with our schools. Do you know that number, David? Okay. 3, okay.
3 currently?
Yeah, 3, okay. So just, keep up the great work. Make sure you involve the neighborhood, and I look forward to reading my paper in your school forest one Sunday. Okay?
Thanks. Member Sandsted?
I just want to agree and say thank you very much. As a Lowell parent, I think it's really eased the transition into kindergarten too, to have so much time outside. And I've been just delighted that the teachers are using it. And to have the extra assistance of the DNR, I think will be awesome, just on top of everything else. But you guys have really done some great work in the last year, so I appreciate it.
I just want to commend you also for getting the buy-in of the whole school community too, for the principal leadership and the teachers. It was great to hear about kind of some of that specific feedback from teachers that are there. That's so valuable, and I love that you guys are really being a community school with your school, coming in and taking ownership and leadership. So thank you for your service. So next week we'll have a resolution. Who's in charge of the resolution for this? Is it Doug or is it David? Superintendent? Is it Doug or David? Okay, so we'll just make sure that we have a resolution of support. I know initially there was some question about if we'd have it or not. It might have to get tabled, but there's no funding that passes hands because of this, and we could have a resolution of support to ensure that we follow the process for steps to have a school forest designation, correct? Okay. Page 50. Thanks. Okay, perfect. There was just a little bit of back and forth prior to this, and just wanted to make sure that the parents heard that. We all, okay. Great, no questions with that. Thank you so much for being patient this evening and for presenting, and appreciate you. If we have questions, I'm sure we can follow up with you. All right, thank you.
Yes,
have a good
absolutely.
night.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No, it's yours.
Okay.
Somebody's, not mine.
Just didn't want to have it trapped in the center for you.
Yeah. Great, thank you both so much, Kristen and Laura. Great. We will jump back into the budget discussion, so administrators are welcome to come on back up and join our table. With the yellow packet, Marigold, where we headed,
The yellow
Mr.
packet
Hassler?
would be next.
Would Marigold?
Is that what it
say
is?
Marigold? Canary? Lemon chiffon. All right, take it away. Take it away, Mr. Hassler.
What you have in front of you is the standard format of the budget document that's been presented to you in the past. I respect and appreciate that you've not had this in your hands very long. You just got it tonight. I'd be happy to kind of review the structure of this document with you, be happy to entertain any questions you might have tonight, and understand that you may have questions that spill over into a later meeting. On the first page is really an overview of all of our summary. It's a summary overview of all activity within all of our various funds and subdivisions or subcategories of funds, as we discussed earlier about how the transportation fund really represents a subcategory of the general fund. You see it reflected here separately, even though it is incorporated within general fund in a bottom line kind of sense. So you see the total revenues and expenditures and transfers for each of the various funds or subcategories, as well as the projected excess or deficit corresponding to each of the different funds. Moving on to the next page, and you'll see that you'll have multiple page ones, but the page one I'm looking at now is the combined revenues and expenditures for the general fund. And among the revenues, and this is something that you'll see, I think, throughout this document, just the various amounts of money that we receive within the local, the state, federal sources of funding. And in this page, you also see a sale of bonds, which has been a recent topic of discussion with you. And going down the page into the expenditures, you see various cost centers where you see both the unrestricted and restricted for what we're calling the general fund there, with an operating excess or deficit that corresponds to each of those categories. When you get to the very bottom of the page, you see a projected fund balance for 6/30/2018 for each of the what I would call the subcategories of general fund. When you get to the far right of that page, that is truly incorporating all of the components of general fund. Moving on to the next page is another page one, and this is also a combined revenue and expenditure document, except instead of general fund, it's other funds, ranging from food service to community education, building construction, debt service, and internal service and trust agency. And whereas on the page prior to this, we kind of got to the right side of the page and had a totaling, if you will, that was reflective of all the activity on that page. That doesn't happen on this page because these funds are truly separate funds in and of themselves. Okay. Food service doesn't flow into general fund. Food service doesn't flow into community ed. And all of these are standing alone. Moving on to the next page, we now go into greater level of detail. We're now looking at general fund unrestricted. Not a lot more detail in terms of the revenue side. It's still showing the local and the state. But within each of the various cost centers, and beginning with administration, moving on to district support services, you see greater levels of detail as to different activities that fall within each of those cost centers. And you also see a breakdown that reflects projected cost for salary and benefits, in addition to the non-labor expenses and a totaling. And on this page, you will see you can make a comparison between what was adopted for the prior fiscal year, well, really the current fiscal year that we're still in, as well as what is being proposed for 18, really in the middle of the page there. And on the far right, you will see percentage change projected there for each of the various cost centers. Moving on to the next page, we're still continuing that cost center concept, except now we're looking at elementary and secondary, regular instruction. I won't read down the complete list, but you see the subcategories of what happens within our instructional, your kindergarten, your elementary, your secondary, and on and on and on. Now on this page, we do reflect that totaling within that subcategory. Moving on to the next page, and now we're on to page 3. We're still part of the general fund, unrestricted. But now we're looking at greater level of detail for vocational ed, also special education. The same salary and benefits, non-labor total, proposed fiscal year compared to the current adopted fiscal year. Still looking at cost centers on page 4, instructional support services, pupil support services, sites and buildings. And as we move to page 5, we're really coming to the end of that cost center analysis or comparison, however you want to describe it, for general fund unrestricted. And you'll see the totaling of all cost centers coming down on that page. We do reflect the transfer activity relating to some bond payments that are supported by general fund revenue. And you see projected here for the general fund unrestricted an excess of $262,000 for the proposed fiscal year. Moving on to the next page, we are now still in general fund, except now we are in general fund restricted. And it's the same formatting here of the proposed fiscal year compared to the adopted fiscal year. Again, cost center review here, beginning with administration, moving on to elementary and secondary regular instruction. On to page 2 of the general fund restricted. Little bit of information there for vocational education instruction, and then coming down into the special ed instruction. And on page 3 of the general fund restricted, the last cost center there of instructional support services, and then a totaling. And as you'll see, within the restricted funds, there is no excess, there is no deficit. It's everything that is, all the resources that are designated for that, for general fund restricted, are to be expended within that, no more, no less. Moving on to the next page, we now have greater level of, we now move into a similar format specific to the food service fund. A comparison of proposed with adopted, with information on the projected operating excess or deficit. That's specific to a deficit there for food service. Transportation fund, same format. Since we're within transportation, there's really not multiple cost centers to deal with. It's all really falling under people transportation. Community education is on the next page, beginning with unrestricted. And you see the various cost centers that fall within community education services. Followed on the next page by community education restricted. And again, no operating excess or deficit within the restricted category. On the next page, we're now looking at capital fund, the format that allows you to compare proposed with adopted, and tracking down through the bottom of the page with any projected excess or deficit. Building construction fund. This comes into play in FY18 as we are moving forward with the bond financing for the Rock Ridge improvements, as well as the Lakewood roof replacement. So that may not be a good comparison to the prior year because we really didn't have that type of activity in the prior year. The debt service fund reflecting debt service payments that are supported by debt service levy. internal service fund, which is specific to our dental program, which is self-funded.
Yes.
Okay. So all that activity flows through our books. And trust and agency fund, remind me what that one covers?
That one covers, we have a couple endowments. One is the playground that we're going to use for a match. Another one is we have an endowment for the clock tower. And then we also do some funding for OPEB, other post-employment benefits for some of our federal programs.
And on the last page, we have Student Activities Fund. And you see a comparison there between current year adopted and proposed. And these are all building-based expenditures to support various student needs and activities, with a little bit of detail there in terms of cost centers, elementary, co-curricular, boys and girls athletic, and extracurricular. And that is the budget document that we've given you in the past and we give you again tonight. Be happy to entertain any questions you might have at this time.
Superintendent?
Yes. You might notice, let's see here, say like the food service, which is, well, it's kind of tough when they're all, one of the multiple page ones that has negative numbers, deficit numbers, but that I believe, and this is probably an example of other funds as well, that's a case where there's a fund balance that is purposefully being spent down. So it's not that there's a deficit overall, it's just that we are spending more than the revenues in order to bring fund balances down to a more appropriate level. Is that?
Yeah, and I know the page ones are difficult, but after the canary yellow page, the third page back shows you a combined revenue and expenditure statement, and specific to food service, which is on the far left column, you see on the very bottom line of that page the fund balance that we're anticipating for 6/30 of 18. So despite what we are anticipating for next year's budget to be in deficit, to bring that down, we are still projecting a positive cash balance by the end of 18 of $119,412.
Thank you. Member Oswald?
Thank you. On the fourth page one, titled General Fund Unrestricted. Mm-hmm. I look at the district support services in the middle of the page and down to technology. Being that we just had a robust discussion about technology, knowing that our budget proposal has a $250,000 investment for additional hardware, but yet their budget from last year to this year is only going up $111,000. Can someone tell me how the rest of that money is missing from the $250,000 investment? I'm sure there's a rational explanation. I'm not suggesting anything different. I just want to explain it better.
Ms. Blaylock?
There is the $250,000 investment has been split between the general fund, which we consider Fund 1, and the capital fund, which is Fund 5. As we have bigger purchases, we can consider those capital assets. So we've split out that $250,000 between the two different funds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Welty?
Mr. Hassler, maybe next time you could put a second set, just a counting number all the way 1 through whatever it ends. Is about 30 pages usually.
We'll work on that. Good,
yeah.
Good suggestion.
Yeah, because I'm going to have everybody take a quick look at 5 back from the end. There's a
What's
strange
the title?
Yeah, it's the title. It's Independent School District 79. It's the Building Construction Fund, and I've seen this. I've seen this in another page, and I'm sure it's the Excel something or other, but it says number div divided by 0, exclamation point. I don't know if that means it's a 0 or what that is, but.
It's just a function of there were no revenues specific to the building construction fund in the prior year, and when it's trying to show a percentage change, you're dividing by 0 because the prior year amount was 0.
So okay, that's what I presumed. Okay. If I could ask you, I remember when you first came in, I mentioned this, and I told you to take a look at it and figure out how to make some changes. And I can see it is different, and I'm wondering if you can explain how this is different from previous ones that we have seen, and what the method is behind the madness.
Well, I would tell you that the numbers are probably different since we have another fiscal year, but I really think this format is identical to what you've had in the past. We've had those discussions, and that is a discussion of, we have gathered some information on some other school districts. Peggy and I have been looking at that, and I think we're looking to do a couple of things. We're looking to see if we can come up with a reporting format that is more conducive to your needs, just on a regular monthly cycle, and some of that could also flow through into the overall budget document that we're looking at here.
Is also the general fund unrestricted that has the amounts that each of the, well, let's see, elementary schools, let's see, it's one of the page 2s. Let's see.
General fund unrestricted?
General fund unrestricted, yeah. Was that a page that was on the old chart? It was, okay.
Indeed,
right.
It was.
Thanks. Member Sandstead.
Along with perhaps changes in the future to format, having a key with the definitions, or just sort of a dummy's explanation of things like, remind me what the capital fund is about.
Okay.
And I do actually want you to remind me what the capital fund is about. Thanks.
Certainly. Good suggestion.
Ms. Blaylock, do you want to answer that?
The capital fund is part of general education revenue, is designated for capital purchases, and so that a certain percentage of our general education revenue, and I think there's a small portion that comes from the levy as well, is designated for capital projects. And starting with this current fiscal year, when we switched from alt facilities funding to long-term facility maintenance, now the long-term facility maintenance is also in the capital fund this year, and it used to be in the building construction fund when we had alt facilities.
A follow-up question?
Yeah, could I? Okay, so thank you for that. And so we're talking building, not necessarily like technology capital, or both?
Both.
Okay. Physical things.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Physical things that last. I mean, they have a useful life, that they're not consumable in the same way that buying a ream of paper would be.
So like a smart board versus a Chromebook.
Or textbook?
Textbooks are also in capital fund, yes.
Thank you. I saw the student activities fund. If we could look at that page, it's the very last page. See, there's a $20,200 difference for boys sports versus girls sports. Boys get $20,000 more. What can we talk about? That seems pretty concerning.
All of these funds are at each of the individual sites. So this represents how much they're spending in these different categories. Their revenue comes from gate receipts. It comes from fundraisers that the students are doing. So if you have more different types of sports for boys than girls, you're going to have a little higher percentage there for gate receipts and that kind of thing. Where so it's funds in and out that you have more boys participating than you do girls. We also have one of the categories says co-curricular 291, and that's kind of a mesh between boys and girls, so you'd have a combination going there. And so it does, look like you have a difference there, but it is a function of the number of sports and activities going on.
So to follow up, like the girls' hockey coach is not paid less than the boys' hockey coach?
No.
They have the same stipend amount? Okay.
Yes.
I know that there's some question about that at the college level, and someone asked me that recently, and so just making sure that there's equity between the amount that coaches are paid, but maybe there are more teams for boys because there's more that's needed? Correct, what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Superintendent?
There may also be additional coaches, like assistant coaches, if there's more kids, if there's more boys signing up, then it's a function of how many kids are on the team as how many assistants they get, and so that could be a difference as well.
Great. Thank you. Member Lefferkamp?
You just made me think of something on that line about, so is that true for any sports? It's based on the number of kids participating that determine the coaches or assistant coaches?
That's only for non-cut sports.
Okay. Member Johnston?
I have a question back to what the superintendent talked about, or I could hold that if there's more questions on this specific here.
Okay, so are there questions on this yellow packet? If not, we'll step and go around one question by one question like we've done in past budget conversations, like for board members? Or is there more of this? More presentation? So we'll go back to general questions on the budget, starting with one question per board member, and members are welcome to pass, but we'll keep going around.
Want to start?
Member Johnston?
Okay, thanks. During the break, I read what the Denfeld people had handed out, and Amy isn't here, unfortunately, anymore, but she had talked about the $150,000 of bar things, and looking at their handout, that wasn't my question. My question was about the comp ed piece, and the $150,000 was proposed, which is a good thing, of course. It was proposed back in March when we had the first deficit reduction thing, so that's good. So again, the question here, I guess to you is there going to be is the administration recommending any adjustment to the comp ed distribution or not? Because I have to know that since I represent the Denfeld people and go back and talk to them. Again, I'm advocating that, but I don't see anything on here. So are you suggesting the status quo, or that some of the what the Denfeld people call inequities on comp ed to be addressed, or is a minimum slowly being adjusted over time?
Well, I just want to be clear that the 150 is not comp ed, that's general fund.
Exactly, right.
Yeah. And then the 285 would also be general fund. And the overall, let's see here, the overall comp ed is being reduced based on the number of kids identified, but then it's also increasing by 2% as we learned on Friday. We have not, we don't have those numbers yet, but we plan on being more creative, not more creative, we plan on using that 2% more towards the secondaries, because our focused attention was on the elementaries. And so there were changes to elementaries for increasing the amount of overall funding that they have. And so as we get the numbers from MDE, we'll have more of that comp ed. It's not in here because it's not general fund. So we don't have that for you in the new numbers yet.
Okay, I was more thinking, is there going to be, are you advocating or not making the distribution more equitable in the future?
I would like to move more towards having it follow the schools that generate it. But as our conversations were before, there's recognition that there are needs district-wide too. So I don't advocate that we make that shift all at once because it would just I don't think it would be ethical to make that shift all at once. I do think over time we can get closer to that.
But this budget, the one you're proposing, is not moving toward that at all.
Yeah, it is.
How?
Well, we shifted 285 to the general fund from that was being covered by comp ed so that it can go more towards the buildings. Ms. Blaylock, I see you're nodding. Yeah, I feel like I want to say something.
We have the 285,000 represents, because we did have such a large reduction in comp ed as predicted before the 2% increase, we were experiencing a $600,000 reduction from one year to the next on our comp ed. So we have tried to supplement that and move general fund, 285,000 from the general fund to supplement the sites that have experienced such a reduction in our comp ed funding to alleviate some of those disparity there.
Just one more thing, if we could get a chart, then the chart that they gave us, like Denfeld generated 900 and they got 700, whatever the numbers are. We could get a chart then to show how that's the disparity that I'm talking about that I'd like to see changed. So
Thank
if we
you.
could get that.
Thank you.
Could I?
Superintendent?
That's just it. We don't have the new numbers yet with that 2% increase. But now, when I say 2% increase, that isn't an overall increase over what they had last year. It's that yeah, right. So it's an overall decrease in comp ed, and they all have a decrease in comp ed, but it's 2% above what we thought that decrease was going to be, if that is followable.
Thank you. Chair Kirby, did you have any questions to follow up? Member Welty?
Yes, again on the issue of comp ed. I'd asked earlier, and I'll just stress this, before our next school board meeting, if we could be given the percentage of the compensatory education that follows students in the current year's budget and what we anticipate it will be in the next year's budget. I know that it's going to be an overall decrease with a 2% increase of it over. But I just want to assure myself that we are having a larger share, even if it's a smaller pot, a larger share of the compensatory education following the students who generated the free and reduced lunch students. So to the extent that you can give me the information about what portion of the comp ed currently goes and follows the students versus is spread out equally mostly to lower class size, and compare that with what we anticipate it will end up being in the next year's budget, I would like to see that, because I'd have a hard time approving a budget if the compensatory education does not materially change and more of it is not directed. When the superintendent talks about a big jump or making the entire push in 1 year, I agree that's not good for the system. But I want to be assured that we are moving in that direction, and the Western schools that generate it and have the greatest need see a larger share of it next year than they're getting it this year. So if you could give me those numbers, I would very much appreciate it. No questions otherwise.
Member Sandstead?
I just wanted to clarify that I think Member Johnston and Member Welty were just asking for the same thing, and what I heard from the superintendent is that we won't have that information, and I'm asking, I would like to know when we will have that information, when that those numbers will be firm, and so when can we expect to see those same figures or the same sort of proportional figures for the upcoming year?
Superintendent?
And I'm going to look across the table and say, I don't think that we received a date from MDE. We can probably figure out estimates based on what 2% would be.
I'm checking the website daily for any updates. There hasn't been anything posted yet.
Thank you.
But this is something that you expect to find out in the next days or weeks, not like October. Is that correct?
Okay. Thank you. I don't have a question at this time. Member Leffler-Kemp, a question?
No, not right now.
Member Oswald, a question? Member Johnston, another question? Dr. Kirby, another question? Member Welty, another question? Nora, another question? Member Sandsted, Superintendent?
I have a question.
Yes.
We have a tentative committee of the whole scheduled for Thursday, and we need some indication whether you need that meeting before the school board meeting or not.
Board members, what's your pleasure? Do you need Thursday meetings? No? The budget, do we need a budget meeting Thursday, Member Welty? Seeing likely we won't get a lot of these numbers prior to then. All right. Chair Kirby? Okay. Thank you. Member Johnston? I'm sorry. It's another committee of the whole, just rehashing it'd be this, asking the same questions we were able to ask tonight, or with the same information available Thursday. It's not here Thursday. Okay. Member Oswald?
If I have any additional questions, I'm sure I can just call you or email you. I don't think there'd be anything drastic.
Thank you. Member Leffler-Kemp?
No.
Okay. No? I'd agree. So we won't hold Thursday's meeting then, Superintendent?
Thank you.
And Chair Kirby?
And then this item then is really around the general fund pieces, and then as we develop the comp ed, we will report out as we get more information on that.
Great. Thank you. Moving along to good discussions on budget tonight, by the way. Good job. Sale of property, any updates?
I think we jumped over C.
Oh, reassessment of debt load for public schools. Thank you. Mr. Hassler. Page 55.
I've shared a memo with the board. I sent that out on Friday, and I'm sorry it wasn't part of the original packet. It just took me a little more time to pull that together. Does everybody have a copy of that memo? If you don't, I have copies. You don't have one? Did you get one? Okay. That's all right. That's all right. Anybody else? I do. Anyone? Good thing Jackie saved my bacon again. I do. Oh, I'm sorry. You missing one?
Great.
Actually, I just wanted an excuse to get it.
I'm sorry. I may have. Oh, here we go. We're good.
All right.
Okay, so I'm happy to ask. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the resolution. Just to give an overview to the memo, you've probably all already read it. I wanted to pull together information that I thought you should have in front of you as you consider the proposed resolution. I was able to incorporate information that Steve Pumper from PMA was able to provide me. I would caution with any numbers like this. It's not like we're going out to a bond sale next month to do this. So these are estimates. These are estimates based on the best available information. And I think I should probably just sit back and respond to any questions you might have.
Mr. Hessler, I guess I'd ask Member Johnston, as you submitted this agenda item, if you could speak to it. I know you've all read it, but if you want to, I know you've talked a significantly amount about for many months. So if you want to just speak to it.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to speak to this, and hopefully a little bit of dialogue going back between Mr. Hasler and myself. First, I'll just talk to most of you about this. I think most of you know my concern. There was a column in the paper here last week that I hope most of you read. I got an enormous amount of feedback from that. I'll just give you my resolution. I have a bunch of whereases in here and some of the more important stuff. Not the more important, but then there's some therefore be it resolved things at the end. Let me try to summarize it real quick. I'll try to make this really quick. Again, we've got 8 debt obligations. One of those is a bond. 8 of them are COPs, which is certificates of participation. Some things that I'm putting out in here is that COPs have higher interest rates than bonds. We have about $230 million in remaining principal. It's also, it should be noteworthy that, and I think it's showed in Mr. Pumper's things, that our debt payments are increasing as time goes on. It's not a flat rate like we think of on a mortgage. Don't ask me why they're increasing. That would be a topic of a whole topic for discussion, but they are increasing significantly. In fact, in I believe 8 years are going to be up to $31 million versus a current $23 million. Most of that we have coming out of the general fund is about 3.3 for the next, I believe, 12 years. And so that increase in the payments from 23 to 31 is going to mainly be borne through our tax certification. In other words, local taxpayers are going to be looking at a very steep increase in our payments. I'll skip some of the technicalities and where the authority came from, just to know, though, that all of these have different authorities. There's different ramifications for that, the way they were set up. And I'd be glad to talk more about that, but this is probably not the place for it. Again, summarizing, again, this year we're paying $3.3 million from the general fund. Over the next 15 years, or so far, we've paid out $37 million, and I believe Mr. Pumper has verified my numbers again, that we're going to pay another $45 million over the next 12 years. That's verified by Mr. Pumper. So, again, in general fund, I think I don't have to say why having general fund money is important. If it's anything from lowering class sizes, reducing the achievement gap, not having to take out loans to remodel, say, for example, Rock Ridge. There's many, many things. Shouldn't have to say why we need a better general fund. We've had ongoing deficits since I've been on the board, except for 1 year. Before I go to let's talk about the be it resolved. And I'm throwing this out as I talked to Mr. Chair Kirby about this a little bit. What I'm trying to do is to get some a buy-in, first of all, some understanding, and also buy-in that there's something that we can do, and I think there is something that we can do. And I'm just proposing here, and I'm up to any options from anybody here. I'll have it, therefore be it resolved, we form a committee with staff and administration to investigate and determine alternatives to the funding, current funding scheme to take advantage of low interest rates by refunding the COPs. Refunding is a term that we think of as refinancing, but in the financial markets called refunding. And that we would request assistance from the state legislative delegation to explore any needed financial fixes. and also request legal advice and financial counsel to get second opinions on legal and financial ramifications. If I could go talk about the member from Mr. Hassler just a little bit. Requirements at the bottom of the first page, he says requirements, advance refunding must achieve at least 3% net present value. If Mr. Pumper had his numbers right, you will see that very easily. I'll get to that in just a sec. Again, on the top of the second page from Mr. Hassler, requirements are that 3 of the 4 certificates of participation be paid out of the general fund. Those aren't actually bonds, they're actually certificates of participation. It's different from a bond. Just a minor correction there. And again, first I want to thank everybody for finally acknowledging that we're taking a lot of money out of the general fund, and that's what I'm trying to find a solution to. Now, if we could flip over to the technical thing, this is where Mr. Pumper, I think, first there's some good things on Mr. Pumper's analysis, which agree with me. I virtually completely haven't looked at everything in detail here yet. It took about half an hour to go through this, but this is this page here. The important thing, well, first, in the middle of the bottom here, we got that $45 million. That agrees virtually to the nearest dollar with my figures. If we don't do this, we're going to be pulling another $45, almost $46 million out of the general fund through the year 2031. And first I want to thank Mr. Hassler for asking Steve to do this. And we know there's many legal things here. I'm trying to get support for going the next step to look at the legal things. Now here's where I believe that Mr. Pumper has it wrong. And on the right-hand corner on the bottom here, he makes the case, I think Mr. Hassler, you make the case that this would end up costing us more overall. I'd like to point out that we're talking about time value of money here. We're talking about interest rates. Here's what's more important, is why I'm talking about this, and Mr. Pumper missed this completely. The column on the right, under total, that is if we refinance, this is what he's doing. He's doing a refinancing, taking the $231 million, which he says is the current principal remaining. I'd estimated 240, and so he may be correct on that. It's a little bit lower than I thought. He puts an interest rate on and finds out what are the payments. He's actually doing a flat payment here, not a balloon payments that got the whole economy into lots of problems with the sub-finance loans when everybody had, remember the ARM things that everybody did? That's basically what we're doing here. This is a flat rate, $16.4 million. What are we paying this year? $23 million. If we took even Mr. Pumper's analysis, we would be saving $7 million this year off the total interest that are being paid for all these debt obligations. And I'm glad to see that Mr. Pumper is finally agreeing and ran the numbers. Okay, now here's where so thank you, Mr. Pumper, for doing that finally. Now here's where Mr. Pumper had an error. The interest rate that he's using, he doesn't have it on here, I just back calculated. He's using 3.6% interest. What's just last month, what did we pay for our bond? 1.99%. So why Mr. Pumper put 3.6% in here, I have no idea. If you correct it, go down to 2%, our payments drop from $16.4 million to $14.1 million. This is for 20 years. This is one possible scenario. So we would actually be saving $9 million. That's mostly taxpayers' money, but also $3 million out of the general fund. So $9 million, we'd be saving $3 million from the general fund, $6 million from the taxpayer. And also, if you add up those numbers, if you put the 2%, which is the current bond rate, we don't know if we can get that, but that's why we want to get people to look at this. If you add up all those numbers, instead of being $328 million, actually be $280 million. So even from that, from Mr. Hassler's point of view, we would actually be paying less money than we are now, even if we use the appropriate interest rate, which Mr. Pumper did not give us. And why he gave us 3.6, which is basically the current rate we're paying, I'm asking that we refinance so we can lower our interest rates and get a better bond rating and lower our pace, and he did not do that. And I don't understand why he didn't, but I'm asking the board here to look at this. I won't go on any longer, but if Pumper gave us the correct interest rate that's current now, we would be saving money, even on interest, than we are now, not to mention the $9 million per year. And I guess I would ask the board here, this is one scenario how we can reduce our deficit, how we can get money to reduce our class sizes, to work on the achievement gap. And what's your answer? If this isn't an answer, then give me another answer. I'm presenting here, we can save $9 million a year. Now, I'll have to say again, there's legal issues here. We may have legislative help that we need on this, but we have so much money that we can save on this that literally is going to eliminate our financial problems. Okay, that's a pipe dream. We know we're always, even if we have a whole lot more money, we're going to have financial problems. But it would eliminate the deficit. It would eliminate everything that the first part of this meeting tonight. And I'm glad that Pumper finally ran the numbers. Unfortunately, he ran the wrong numbers. But we'll ask Pumper to give us the current rate of 2%. And this little box on the right bottom, that will then show $14 million, not 16 per year. And remember, we're currently paying 23. In 8 years' time, that's going to increase up to $31 million, as Mr. Pumper indicates on his other figures here. So my question to the board is, we need to do something. We may need to get somebody besides Mr. Pumper to do this. He was not up front here by giving us the 3.6 interest rates instead of 2, and that throws off the numbers that Mr. Hassler had completely. So I guess I'm asking here that we go ahead and do this. This is going to virtually cost us nothing. It's something that we're going to put down an effort. I will certainly work on this since I've been the one promoting it. This is a answer. And I should say one more thing. Why are we in this budget problem? Because we are the only school in the state of Minnesota that has done any significant pulling money out of the general fund to pay for building debts. I'm trying to find a resolution for this, and I have a resolution for this with appropriate legal and appropriate bonding advice from us. And we got a good start of it here. The numbers are finally here. His numbers, unfortunately, used the wrong number. So I'm asking here that, first of all, that Pumper correct his number, and secondly, that the board look at this. And if the administration disagrees with Pumper that, hey, it's got to be 3.6% instead of 2%, so be it. But I'm asking to give this community, these students, our teachers, our parents, an opportunity to save a whole lot of money. Again, I'm in the engineering field. I work with a lot of other agencies. When bond rates go down, you refund is called. And I'm asking us to do this too, and really look into it, get, in this case, good legal advice and good financial advice. And that's all I've got to say. I'll be glad to answer any more questions from my point of view, and thank you.
Member Oswald?
I believe Member Welty was first.
Sure. Thank you, Member Oswald. I'd like to take a slightly different tact than Member Johnson. I know that Art is excellent with spreadsheets and math, and obviously need to have an explanation about the difference between a 2% rate projected out over the course of until 2037 and the 3.6 interest rate. But what I'm thinking is this. I was almost persuaded the last time we had Northern Securities and Mr. Pumper here and had a long discussion about this, that the way the state laws operate, the projected savings that are required really prevent us from doing what Art would like to do unless we have some kind of special legislation to do it. But everything that Art says about the costs that we are allowing to be drained from the general fund is that ought to be driving all of us. I will say that when I was looking at the projected costs of the payoff of the red plan, one of the things I noticed early on, almost 10 years ago, was that they kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger through the years. And I had one very cynical thought as to why that was, because there was a lot of complaints about the costs of the red plan, and the people who were constructing the financing of it just simply deferred a larger share of the payments to future years so that the people wouldn't feel them and wouldn't complain about them initially. But we are still losing $3.4 million every year. That's 30 teachers worth that I'd love to have, because it would make all of the budgetary discussions that we've had so much less fraught to be able to hire more teachers. So what I'm thinking is this: since I am guessing that the only way we can do something along these lines is with legislation, I really don't want to have a committee of the people that we have here. I'd like to pull in a community gathering, a committee, to analyze how our finances operate and figure out the best minds that we have in the community, the bankers, people in all sorts of financial trades, get them together, analyze our finances, people who don't have some money in this that we have to worry about their pecuniary interests, and have them figure out what we might be able to save over the length of the repayment of the red plan debts. And if they conclude that there is a way that we can reduce the amount of money we have to divert from the general fund, and if it requires legislation, perhaps, as I think they as a community can put the bug in the ear of our legislators to help craft a law which will allow the Duluth School District to restructure its debt, even if it's not in accordance with the current rules. And if by chance they discover that we don't have to go through that process and we can refinance and improve our long-term and short-term financing, go with it. If by chance they conclude that there's no way to save these expenses through the years, then they can report back. I'd kind of like to have a committee like this set up sometime over the summer and report back to us in December before the next legislative session. Their mission would be to figure out what the school district can do in the short term and the long term, if we can address these things through the method that Art suggests, or if we go to the state legislature, or if we just find some other way. But I would like to have this, because this has been hanging over my head and the community's head for 10 years, and it will for right through 2037. And I would be happy to have Mr. Hassler help us figure out what kind of investigations such a committee of experts might put together, and how they would direct this, and what kind of a resolution would get us to where Art wants us to go and where I think the community wants us to go. I'm not sure this is the resolution, but I'm willing to do something. I would like to have a committee of the best experts in finance in this town to analyze our finances over the course of the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months before the next legislative session.
Thank you.
So I'd like to alter the resolution to accomplish that. I'm not quite sure how to do it or how to suggest it.
Superintendent?
Yeah, I was just going to give a reminder that we have a community finance committee. We've had it in the past. We worked closely with the Chamber of Commerce to identify people who would be on that committee. They spent, I think it was 4 or 5 weeks with a weekly session with Mr. Pumper, who walked them through all of the district finances and all the revenue streams. They have been on a bit of a hiatus as we let Mr. Hassler get his land legs back, and I have been hoping to reconvene that committee, possibly revisiting the people who've already put some time and effort into the learning to give them an opportunity to come back, but also adding some additional members as well. And so I guess that's more of a continuation of a practice we've had, but giving them an additional, perhaps, task to look into.
Thank you. Member Oswald?
Thank you. I disagree with Member Welty's proposal, as you could probably tell by my violent head shaking. Because in my few discussions that I have had with Representative Jen Schultz and Representative Liz Olson and Senator Simonson, what they have essentially told me is that all we need to do is show what needs to be done and have a board resolution supporting what we need to see happen for them to push for a change in the legislature. Your proposal would push back that progress and valuable time to craft how we can accomplish what we need to get done that isn't needed. So that's the way I see it. I am fine with Steve Pumper's analysis, whether it is 3.6% or 2%, because we're still not going to know the actual percentage rate until we actually go to do it, should we be able to craft the legislation to provide for us to do it. It's that simple. I think you're you're slowing down the horse and the cart and not even putting the cart before the horse or anything like that. It's just trotting along versus I think we don't need to trot. We can take a train. Maybe that's a bad analogy, maybe not. But regardless, is Steve Pumper is showing us we can pay $16 million a year if certain conditions are correct. And it's $23 million right now a year. And actually the line is actually a negative $8 million. It's up to $30 million. I don't know if that's all included in this, but there's bonding and all that sort of stuff. So we're saving money, a substantial portion. And this is what we needed to see. And let's figure out how to get from point A to point B as fast as we can.
Member Sandstead. So I'm a little bit in this mindset as we're trying to refinance our house. And there's two objectives. One, lowering the interest rate, and two, shorter term. I'm looking at this analysis from Mr. Pumper, and it adds a decade on to some of these payments. And I've heard the time value of money phrase thrown around, and I think that the worst thing we could do here would be to impose $16 million debt payments an additional decade on this board in this district. And so I am wholly supportive of us reducing our payments and eliminating what we're paying out of the general fund. But my parameters would be it has to be a lower interest rate than we currently have, and it can't be any longer than we're currently looking at. So that's my thoughts on the matter. Thank you. Mr. Hassler, did you have a comment?
I could insert a few thoughts here. The 20-year time horizon that Steve Pumper looked at was not Steve Pumper's idea. That was based on what was in the resolution. There's a whereas statement that if the debt obligations were refunded at 2% for 20 years, the annual payments would be only $15 million. So that's why he looked at the 20-year. You've done refundings. You did a refunding in 16. You did a refunding in 15. And both of those, I wasn't here at that time, but I think both of them met the criteria that you described. They both took advantage of prevailing market interest rates that were at a level less than what was already in our bonds. And they also stayed within the same bond maturity that were already established. So you didn't extend your payments. You stayed within what was already existing, and you were able to drive down your costs. To the tune of those two bond refundings, I think saved this school district, saved the community over $8 million. So that's something we ought to always be vigilant for opportunities to do that. And the thing is, one doesn't have control over what interest rates are prevailing in the marketplace, but you just need to be sensitive to that. And based on the restrictions as they exist under Minnesota law, there's no other refunding that we can do now that satisfies that 3% savings potential based on current interest rates, based on what's in our bonds, based on staying within our existing term of payment.
Thank you.
And another thought or two, the 2%, the something better than 2% that Mr. Pumper and Northland were here talking about here recently for the general obligation facility maintenance bonds, that was based on not a 20-year borrowing period, it was based on 5. And so it is realistic to get a 2% interest rate or better if you're working with a time frame that's 5 years or less. Maybe another year or two, I don't know. But when you're looking at a 20-year issue, the market doesn't give you today, and the municipal market doesn't give you a 2%. And you know this. You've seen with the refundings that you did. Whenever you do a bond sale, you're not selling a bond. You're selling a series of bonds. And all those bonds are laddered across a series of years. And it depends on how many years are you borrowing. If you're doing a 20-year bond issue, you have some bonds that have a year before they're paid off in full. You have other bonds that have 2 years, and it's all structured in that bond. So you don't have a single 20-year bond. You have a series of bonds, some of which have a maturity that's as long as 20, some that has a maturity of 1, and the interest rate that corresponds to each one of those bonds is tied directly to what is the maturity of it. So you would expect to see a different interest rate in years 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and year 15, 16, 17, and on. So it's not a single bond. One last thought that I would throw in there is, even if the law allowed us to do a refunding, which the best information we have at this point is it won't, based on the current expectation of achieving the 3% savings. Even if we could do that, we've got bonds that were the refundings that were done in 15 and the refundings that were done in 16. These are municipal bonds. We're a public entity, so we are able to take advantage of bonding in the municipal market. The advantage to that is the interest that's paid on those bonds is tax-free. So the bond buyer out there is looking for an opportunity to shelter their income. And that's a good thing. Good thing for us, because the interest rates on our bonds are less than they would be if they were not municipal bonds. One of the, and this is not a state thing, this is a federal thing under federal tax law. When you do a refunding, you can do that once and still maintain the municipal benefit of being a tax-free issue. You can only do it once, though. It doesn't mean you can't do a refunding of a bond issue that you've done a refunding for before. It means that if you do a refunding for that, you're no longer getting the advantage of the tax-free interest, which means that the bond buyer out there that's going to buy a refunding of one of our refundings would not be able to shelter their income, so they would factor that into, what am I willing to pay for this bond? What interest rate do I want to get? And I would want to get a higher interest rate if the interest I'm going to earn is not going to be tax-free. So that would then ratchet up the interest rates that we would be paying if we did refundings of the two bonds that we've done refundings for. and those happen to be bonds that, and I'm sorry to go into a lot of detail here, all of our bonds have call dates. That means that a buyer of our bond knows to a certainty, it's not a federal law, it's not a state law, it's a contract. We've got contracts with everybody who's bought a bond from us. And one of the terms of that contract is whatever the call date is, we've agreed and they understand that we won't attempt to pay off their bond early until we get to that call date. And for the bond buyer, that's a valuable thing to know, because they want to know, at least for a defined period of time, that they can count on that interest rate that they're receiving is going to be what they're going to continue to receive. And that's good until the call date comes around. The two refundings that we've done in 15 and in 16 have call dates that would be February of 2025 and February of 2027. So what that means is if we went out next year or in the next 3 months or the next 6 months and did a refunding, we would still be locked in to the interest rates that were the part of the contract that we have with all the people that purchase bonds from us. The refunding wouldn't change that. We would continue to be committed and obligated to that interest rate until 2025 rolled around, until 2027 rolled around. And when you add up the principal, and I'm sorry you don't have this all in front of you, there's so much information on this. We've got $43 million of principal on those bonds that have a call date in 2025. We have $78 million of principal that have a call date of 2027. So that's approaching, it's not exactly, but it's approaching about half of the principal that we have outstanding. If we did a refunding on all those bonds, we wouldn't be changing our interest rate on those bonds for another 2025. That'll 7 or 8 years from now. 2027, almost 10 years from now. So just wanted to contribute those thoughts.
Thank you. Member Johnston was next.
Sure. Thank you for that. First of all, these are COPs, not bonds. Very different, very different. All you do is talk to any bond person, CPA, and you'll find out it's completely different. That's a whole different topic, but just saying that, first of all, remember Bill Hansen used to ridicule me endlessly because I said bonds. Well, we don't have any bonds. No, we have COPs. I didn't know the difference either. But anyway, minor part. Okay, sure, we've saved $8 million with the refunding. If we get the numbers that I've got here, we could be saving $20 million plus. 3%, of course we can save 3%. There's no question of that at all. No question at all that we can save 3%. None. The time, I mean, I put 20 years. This was a whereas. It isn't in the therefore. We can get on any kind of financial time value of money thing that you've got, any app you've got. There's hundreds of them out there, and you can run any scenario you want. If we go to 15 years, I'm all for that. In fact, the sheet that I handed out to the group here, I think a couple months ago that I gave to Mr. Hassler and Bill Gronseth, I had 6 different scenarios. I went from 15 years up to 30 years. I went from 2% up to 4%. Every one of those scenarios saved a significant amount of money. So absolutely, but I would like to say that I don't like paying interest. I can afford to make earlier payments than some people because I make fairly good money. Some people can't. And I think in our case, our school district, we can't afford. I mean, hey, if we run the numbers, hey, if we can go 15 years, that's fine, but maybe we can't afford to go that steep of payments. Maybe we want to put that money instead of paying higher rates, maybe we want to put that into lowering our class sizes. That's the option. That's the beauty of time value of money. Time value of money is something we have to look at here. If we can get 2% interest on any kind of financial, that's almost free money. I mean, from looking at it. Remember back when we used to pay 10% interest when I bought my first house? Well, now it's down to less than 4% for house mortgages, 2% for bonds. In some places, it's apparently negative, according to the people last summer. So I'm sorry I didn't have time to redo this chart on the bottom left. It'll take me half an hour to redo that chart. Anybody can do that if you know anything about spreadsheets. Time value of money, all the functions are right in there, and I'll send you the money. I'll have all the total. I'll run 15 years, I'll run 20 years, I'll run 2%, I'll run 4%, or anything in between. Just give me a number. And I hear lots of reasons why we can't do this. Some of those are valid, Mr. Hassler. But I'm asking us as a board to say, let's scratch our heads a little bit better. Mr. Welty alluded to the fact earlier about how we got into this position. You know, he was correct, but I don't mean to go there. We're at where we're at. If we would have done this refinancing, refunding 5 years ago, 8 years ago, we would have saved a whole lot of money. Unfortunately, we're at the situation we are now, even though we already paid back about a third of our interest, our principal, we can still save an enormous amount of money by doing the refunding. And just want to say here, right now our current payments go through 2033. So we haven't added 10 years, we've only added 4 years to the number. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. Remember, we extended our debts back on the 2012 series, another 5 years we extended that. So right now our last payment is scheduled in 2033. Mr. Pumper on his chart is 2037. So no, it's not 10 years. So I will redo these numbers for everybody and get them off to you. Unfortunately, I'm working for 2 days on the road. I'm leaving tonight to get to a job over in Mackinac Island, but when I get back, I will be back. And I will do that number for you. Apologize I didn't get that for you. And then I would like to ask Mr. Hassler there to go back. And I would like, one comment I would like to say is that, sorry, we don't want the same people that have been working with Mr. Pumper. We want to have some new ideas. 2 ideas that I had. I've talked to 2 bond lawyers about this. Mr. Gronseth asked me if I talked to anybody. Yes, I have. I can certainly share those with you. Also talked to, this happened to be a somewhat lucky coincidence. I talked to a forensic auditor. I've got names of 3 forensic auditors down in the cities, big name people. In fact, the one guy told me, he said, you give us your problems, we'll come and we won't charge you anything. He said, we'll take a cut of the whole amount of money you save us. Okay. That was what I was told. I'm not quoting that. I'm just saying that I think there's a lot of options here that we have to look outside the box. And I'm willing to do the homework on this, and it's something we can't afford. We can save 3%. We can save a whole lot more than $8 million. And we can, the main thing is we can stop this drain out of the general fund, stop it. And I hear what you're saying, Mr. Hassler, but I want to have some answers here. If you got some better answers on how we can stop that money coming out of the general fund, please give them to me. I have not heard of any since I've been on the board for 8 years. And I'm presenting this to the board as well as the parents and the citizens of Duluth because it's something we need to do. We have been paying very, very high interest rates. I don't care if we got eight COPs or if we got 1. The fact of the matter is we're paying 4% right now, effective 4%. I'm talking about, let's do effective 2% what the current bond rate is now. If it changes in a year and we're too late, well, we at least got to try, don't we? We can't say those bond rates might go up, so we can't do it. No, that's not the attitude. They may also go down. Maybe we can even save more money. So that's all I'm asking for. So I'm hoping that we will give this good consideration on Tuesday. And any kind of, if you got anybody wants to throw anything else in there, I don't care what we have for therefores on it. I think committees and getting the legislative help, both of those are on my therefores. I don't think it's a contradiction at all. And again, I'm just asking for information. That's all I'm asking for. I'm asking for verification. My question to you, Mr. Hassler, because I know you've got the same stuff. Steve has said this for 10 years. And look at the situation we're in. It wasn't good enough 10 years ago, and it's not good enough now.
Member Oswald.
I'd just like to request that Member Johnston actually make up a chart off of this chart in that if we would refinance just as Steve Bumper lays out here, but yet we continued to pay $23 million instead of $16 million, how soon it would get paid off. Because I'm assuming it would be a lot sooner than we already have.
I'm not quite sure what you're asking. It's just all depends how many years you've got. No.
Member Johnston, let Member Oswald
explain.
finish her point.
I'm saying that the minimum payment under this scenario is $16,400,000, and steadily for 20 years. What if instead of paying the $16,400,000 a year, we continue to pay the $23 million that we currently pay? It would pay off the debt a lot faster. Now I know bonds don't work that way, but I think it would demonstrate exactly what we could do to save us money. Do we refinance so that we maintain a $23 million payment? I think we would have less years than we currently are. If we could get a lower interest rate, we'd be paying it for less years. In my head. You'd have to show me on paper, of course.
Thank you.
And the reason being is that what I'm saying is if we can refinance and pay the same amount we're paying now but pay it for less years, I think we're obligated, because that's taxpayers' money, that if we can save paying $23 million a year for a couple of years, that's huge.
Member,
That was a question, I believe.
I think it was an idea. It was a statement.
Okay,
Member Welty. Member Leffler-Kemp.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Hassler, for providing the email you sent out last week. I wasn't familiar with this resolution till getting it, so I was trying to weed through it. So I appreciated some of your explanation. I guess there's been a lot of discussion here and a lot of statements. And can you just, in your conclusion, you talked about why you would recommend the board not approve this. And can you just highlight that a little bit more, just so we're all clear? Thank you.
From my perspective, there's significant roadblocks that stand in our way. Those roadblocks include state laws that currently exist. Can state law be changed? Under the right circumstances, it can be. It very much can be. But that's not the only roadblock that's in front of us. And I spoke about the refunding of a refunding bond issue and how you're on a different level with interest rates when you lose the tax-free exemption for interest under a municipal bond. We would lose that under our refunding bonds if we refunded them. And that's not something that our legislature can act on. That's federal tax law. And can federal tax law be changed? Sure, it can be changed. But that's a much, much higher threshold for us to really have influence in that arena. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I'm saying it becomes much more difficult. And the last roadblock that is in our way is those call dates that I talked about. We've got a contract. We may not think of it that way, but everybody who's bought one of our bonds has a absolute legal commitment from us that we're going to pay interest based on what the final negotiated interest rate was for a defined period of time. And in none of our bond issues, and some of them it's sooner than in others, in none of our bond issues are we today at a point in time when we can call any of our bonds. We have bonds that we can call as early as February of 2019. That's not too far away. We have other bonds that we can't call until 2021, 2022. I talked about the others, 2025 and 2027. So even if today's prevailing interest rates were low enough that would show potential cost savings, we can't walk away from our commitment to pay the interest rates that are already in place until that call date rolls around. And that's not because I don't want to have a lesser cost. I'm the chief financial officer. I would love it if we could take an axe to these numbers and say, no, we're not going to have that cost anymore. I'd love it if all these numbers were significantly reduced. But the legal reality is those call dates are a firm legal commitment that we are bound by. And so I guess that wasn't all in my conclusion, but though there are substantial things that stand in our way, and I think if we're prepared to take initiative to get people to work on our behalf, we need to have a very firm understanding that what we've come up with is going to save us money, save us substantial money. And I know there's questioning of the interest rates that Mr. Pumper and PMA have used, but those are the interest rates for a 20-year issue. Does it have to be a 20-year issue? No. But those are the interest rates that correspond with what they believe we would be paying if we were to do a refunding of 20-year bond. And based on that analysis, we don't, in the full term of payment, we don't save anything based on these numbers. We actually increase our costs.
Okay.
And another issue that we've not talked a lot about, I mean, you're familiar with it, is the general fund aspect of this. There are three of our COP issues that are not paid through our debt levy. They are paid through revenue from our general fund, and that also is a state restriction. If we could find a way for the state to change that, that's good news to us as the school district, but we also need to weigh that would then be paid by the taxpayer. And so that needs to be factored into the analysis, and based on that analysis, doing both of those things would represent a total increase in property tax payments of our community of about $75 million. I understand Mr. Johnson is disputing the interest rate, but that's what this analysis shows.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I want to note that we do have one additional speaker, Mike Johnson, who's waited a significantly long time to speak. So we will have this discussion, and then we need to continue moving forward. We are about at 4 hours in our meeting. Member Oswald.
This debt stands in our way to provide a better education for our community and those that attend our schools. We have to try, and I think Member Johnston's resolution is an attempt to try to find a solution. He threw out the intriguing idea of a forensic auditor. Is that the answer? Maybe we should give this debt to a pro and say, find us a way to save us some money. That sounds pretty good to me. That's yet another angle. So I want to try for something our community deserves, that we try.
Member Johnston?
Sure, I'll make it quick. 10 years ago, the best legal minds and the best financial analysts put us where we're at now. And there is second opinions. There's third opinions. We want to take those opinions. We want to find those. And in something like that, you find somebody that knows how to do this. The forensic auditor said, hey, you're doing what? Of course we can fix that. Okay, it's a different opinion. All I'm doing is asking for a different opinion. And what that will do is it will lower taxes, enormously lower taxes, and take the money, stop the money coming out of the general fund, period. If it doesn't do that, we don't do it. All I'm asking is, let's look at it. Let's don't say no, no, no. Let's say, let's look at it and get another opinion, please.
Chair Kirby, the final word.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to acknowledge Member Johnson's tenacity with this, and Mr. Hassler's data and analysis that he did. Am I correct in that the COPs have to come out of the general fund, and that's by statute? What does the state statute say?
Could I contribute a little bit on that?
Yeah.
We do have a number of certificate of participation issues. 3 of them, by the law that authorized them, 3 of them must be paid out of general fund, but we do have others that are paid out of our debt fund. More than several. I mean, of all of our bond issues, technically, two of them are, of all of the issues that we have out here that we make annual payments on, 2 of them are general obligation bonds. Now, one of them is a bond that has been refunded, though not in its entirety, and we're coming to the end of it. And the other general obligation bond, and it's a true bond, not a COP, is the refunding issue that refunded the other bond, and that had to do with an alternate facilities bond issue that was issued back in 2008.
Thank you. But the 3 COPs that have to be paid out of the general fund by statute, the only way to change that is by statute. You're saying no?
No.
Member Johnston?
Absolutely incorrect. That was set up by our legal counsel, Freiberger Buchanan. It was passed by board resolution, and I was told by Bill Hansen at one time and Keith Dixon at the time that all they had to do was by board resolution, they could take those out of the general fund and put it back to the tax certification. I'm not advocating that because I want to only do that if we can lower the payments that the taxpayers have to make, and we can if we get lower things. So no, it's got nothing to do with that tax. It has to do with only a resolution that we pass. I can find all those for you, Mr. Kirby. We passed every one of those resolutions by the board resolution, not by a state.
Okay. Well, I think, thanks for that. I think that the Community Finance Committee is a way to start. This seems like a lot of work. And if we have a committee that's somewhat set up for that, right now I think I would support using them as much as possible.
Thank you. We are moving on to the next item on our agenda for expenditure contracts, revenue contracts, no cost contracts, and then a change order signed. This is an update. SAS and Associates there was a significant, as you can see listed in here, briefly, Mr. Hassler.
I'll try to be exceedingly brief, and I'll point you back to when Dave Spooner was here to make a recommendation to you to change the bid specifications for the rubber mulch project. That recommendation included the statement that it would be necessary, if those specifications were changed, for us to enter into a change order with SAS. So that's already come before the board. I would suggest to you, you've already approved that. You haven't approved the amount. The amount is here. I'm told it's on 105 and the amount of $9,500 additional cost. Yeah.
Thank you. Next, we will move on to the transportation route change update. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Johnson. Thank you for joining us. Please feel free to join us up here. Superintendent, if you could please talk initially about the Beyond Borders project. Thank you.
As we started talking about budgets and we started talking about enrollments and APUs and how to improve our enrollment projections, and one of the topics that came up was talking about offering transportation to people outside the district who would like to come into the district. And so I've been working with Mr. Johnson on a few different scenarios of what that might look like, and through our discussions have come up with some proposed changes that we're just going to update you on so that people might know a little bit more about it. So if you'd like to talk about that, you're welcome to jump in.
Okay, so as as the superintendent mentioned here, this is looking at the possibilities of inviting students from other districts to come into our district, and so we went through and kind of looked at where those kids are coming from right now. Did a little bit of looking into that and which districts had the most kids coming and where the most opportunity would be, and obviously it would seem to be bordering districts. So the best potential in looking at that would be from Hermantown, Proctor, and Lake Superior districts because they're running alongside of us. Another opportunity too that we wanted to look at was with the immersion program at Lowell, and that would involve offering the opportunity for students to ride in from the Cloquet area and then possibly stops along the way. So sort of an express bus, but picking up in the Cloquet area and then work on their way into Lowell. On the memo that I was asked to put together here, just kind of give some of our costs as they are right now. And you can see the 4-hour minimum cost is listed on there and 4 to 5 hours, and then what it costs to go out of the district to pick up too is a mileage charge. Those are contractor-based charges because I guess the assumption I'd be making here is that if we were adding equipment, that's the direction we would go in, at least in the short term. So down to the bottom of that first section there, it kind of gives the daily annual daily bus cost run out 173 days, and it gives the numbers there for what it would be annualized for home to school transportation for 173 days. So down to the opportunities by district, Proctor, right now Proctor comes into our district and they come in with a couple buses and they're running west area of the district and loading kids and in all ages, taking them out of the district with a couple of buses. So for us, it makes sense for Proctor area kids to come into that west end of the district as well. So we've identified possibilities with Stowe, MacArthur, Lincoln, and Denfeld to offer that opportunity for them, for students to ride buses in. Again, we look at collector type pickups within Proctor, maybe the Zenith Terrace area there, Boundary Avenue and 35, that type of thing. And that would just be an addition in mileage because we could add stops to existing routes to come into those schools. Similarly, in Hermantown, we could identify certain schools as listed there, and also with collector type stops, just maybe running in along Maple Grove or one of the other main roads, and again adding on to routes that exist already, and again with adding mileage charge to routes that we already have operating. We discussed also the Two Harbors Lake Superior District, and with the idea of trying to increase the student numbers and kids coming from out of the district for Lakewood and East and Ordine, of course. And to run a bus directly out of Two Harbors, the town itself, that would be a dedicated bus, and that would be the cost of adding a piece of equipment because you can't really do anything with that bus once you're, with the time and distance involved. But working your way in from, say, the Knife River area and working a bus its way in to Lakewood or a bus to East and Ordine combined would be another additional mileage charge type scenario as opposed to adding a total bus. That's the way we believe that would go. And the final opportunity there you see is Renshaw, maybe a little lesser one. As of right now, we only have one student coming in from Renshaw to our district that we identified. There are obviously kids moving that direction, so maybe we could get some of them back. That'd be a possibility. But that's another situation where it would be difficult in the PM to be able to double up that route to run a second tier. We could do it in the morning, because we're starting out early and bringing kids in, especially the elementary tier. But in the afternoon, it'd be virtually impossible to get back to run a second run. So we'd have to find some other creative way to use that bus if possible. The last section on here addresses the immersion program in a little bit more detail there. There's a handful of kids right now, a small handful, about 3 students from Cloquet that are enrolled in the program, and there's interest from a few other students at this time, but that's without really having this out there as an option. A bus coming in from Cloquet would definitely have to be a dedicated bus. And again, the price I listed here is just based on the structure of the contractor arrangement that we have. I went back and I used our average cost for what a bus costs us to run, and it ends up running it more along the lines of about $325 a day to run a bus like that, to come in to Cloquet if we ran a district bus on that. So the second bullet there about immersion funding being available to supplement that, I'm really glad I put May in there because I had further discussions on that today. And the current grant money that is coming in is designed to integrate the Myers-Wilkins Lowell area and wouldn't be something that could be used for coming in from outside the district. So we can just kind of scratch that off of there. But again, we'd be proposing an express type run, working its way from the Cloquet area towards us. And that pretty much summarizes it.
Thank you. Member Oswald?
I have a couple of questions here. I'm just curious, when you're talking about the Renshaw route, why MacArthur's not included with Stowe, Lincoln, and Denfeld?
For which one?
For Renshaw.
Oh, for Renshaw? Distance. I mean, I was just thinking of distance. It could be added.
I mean, if Proctor can do it, coming from Proctor, I don't know, see
right.
Renshaw could be an issue.
Yeah, just thinking coming from the distance that they'd be coming from to get to the heart of Renshaw versus the heart of where Proctor is and where the population base is.
But a Stowe bus is driving, if it's sharing space to go to Lincoln or Denfeld, it's driving right in front of MacArthur.
Sure.
So, my other question has to do with the immersion program is, if we're sending a bus to Cloquet to pick up people, could people not necessarily interested in immersion but wanting to go to Lowell come there also to use the bus from Cloquet to Lowell?
I'm sure that could be a possibility as well. Yep.
And my last question is just how are we going to measure interest in any of these options among participants? I mean, it's a true gamble. I mean, we could send out a bus there and 2 people are on it, hoping it builds. But do you have educated guesses as to a priority of which one you would try first, or numbers you try first?
That's going to take a group outside the transportation department, I think, to identify those things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Superintendent?
We used the number of students who are currently coming from these communities as our leaders. So I believe there was around 80 kids coming in from Proctor. So we thought that would be a good place to start. And once people saw the buses rolling through their neighborhood, that might be a cue for future interest. I was going to say the Renshaw one wasn't one that we were necessarily advocating for at this time, because they don't have a lot of students to begin with, and we only have 1 currently coming in. But we have, as you know, a large number going to that community. So there's not that many kids there for us to pull out to begin with. So it might not be the best option as far as getting the numbers that we need to be able to run the bus.
Member Sandstead?
Yeah, I have a question and a comment. I'm just wanting to clarify. I assume that we sort of have a variety of bus size options that we could work with, and that your calculations are based on sort of an appropriate size for what we think we would get in terms of filling a bus, or if you're just based these on full-length buses doing this.
These are actually extensions of routes that we already run in our own district. So they would go, say, out to Proctor and then work their way back. So it's adding on to a route that we already have, so that they are full-size buses because it's a mix of their kids and our kids.
But that wouldn't be, what about the immersion bus to Cloquet? That's a new. Okay. And is 325 a full-length bus, or might that be less expensive if we did a smaller bus?
That's factoring the average of what it costs us to operate a bus. So a smaller bus could probably be done with less expense.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the comment that I wanted to add was that I think that I'm interested in exploring this, but I think that we should be certain that we are busing the kids that we currently have as much as possible before we're extending our reach. And one of the requests that we've gotten from the inequity group is to offer more busing along sort of main thoroughfares to Denfeld. And so I think that's something that I hope we are looking at and prioritizing above going outside the district.
Member Welty?
I think that's an excellent point, Member Sandstead. On the students from Proctor, you said there are 80 that come into the district, we think. Do we know what schools? Which schools did they attend? Is it secondary, elementary, middle?
Sorry. Proctor's actually in the 40s. But Lake Superior District is almost 80.
Oh.
Yeah. And those two a little bit flipped, and Hermantown's up there too, about 60.
But which schools do the Lake Superior people go to? East and Ordine?
That's right. Yep.
Member Johnston?
Yeah, thanks for doing this. I know Superintendent and I have talked about this a little bit since I'm on the West guy, and I've talked to way too many people that, all these other schools come in there. It's not right. But anyway, that's the way it is. So thanks for looking into this. Just a question for you. I wasn't sure, maybe like most of them have, can be served by adding additional stops to existing routes. Is that additional out toward, let's say, Proctor, or are you talking about additional stops on the way to Denfeld, like maybe picking up things like Member Sandstead? Clarifying what
This is addressing the out-of-district opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'd be like adding a tail, or a leg to a route that's already out there.
Okay. Thanks. I do agree, though, we do have to give our service our students and keep a few of them from leaving, maybe because of that too, if they can walk less distance. But no, it's definitely my thing is to go ahead and pursue this, but also keep in mind our current students, of course, too. So thanks for looking into this.
Member Lufferkamp?
Yeah, I want to kind of reiterate what a few people have said about it. I'm really glad we're pursuing it. I know it's been talked about over the last few years, and so I appreciate the time in putting together this summary. I just wanted to go back to the question about bus sizes that Member Sandstead asked. So do we have the smaller buses if needed I know it's picking up people, but if we went with a smaller bus, do we have that capacity? Because aren't the smaller buses usually used for our special ed students?
Yeah, the district equipment, everything that we do for regular transportation is all large buses.
Okay.
Yeah, we have our owned fleet is all large buses.
Okay, that's what I thought when I took that tour out there. But okay, thank you again for your work on this.
You're welcome.
Thank you. This is important and appreciate it. Appreciate your patience this evening, and I'm really glad this is moving forward. Hopefully, or we're at least discussing it. Have a great night, everyone. Our meeting is adjourned.